represented in the inclusive framework. At present, the inclusive framework has a number of African countries. It has a steering committee, and within the steering committee, 4 African countries who I am happy to say are represented in this room sit on the steering committee of the inclusive framework. For a long time, the African countries that sit within the inclusive framework have been pushing for rules that favor Africa when it comes to taxing rights. Whether there has been success or not sure. But then there's this question of how many African countries are actually in the inclusive framework. Because the OECD formed, they decided to have some tax rules. And then at some point, they came up with a brilliant idea. They said, the rest of the world is not involved. How do we bring them in? Form this thing that you call the inclusive framework and bring in other countries. And that's how we found ourselves on the seat. Who are these countries? 27 African countries are members of the inclusive framework. 27. But let's go back to the previous slide and ask ourselves, 27 out of 54, and I put into brackets 55. But who actually participates within the inclusive framework in the discussions of international tax rules? We go back to the previous slide. Actually, the people who are really involved in those discussions is ETAF, the Africa Tax Administration Forum, that represents most of the tax administrations across Africa. The African Union is also involved. And then about 4 or 5 countries are actively involved in these discussions. So, international tax rules, a platform that is not ours, we come in, but then even though we are in, and even though we contribute yearly to belong to that group, 4 or 5 countries are involved in those discussions. That's the inclusive framework that we are talking about. But it's also important to also talk about the global forum. We have spoken about the inclusive framework. Let's talk about the Global Forum on Transparency and the Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes. What is it? It works on the implementation of global standards around exchange of information and transparency on tax matters. That's the Global Forum. We go through a similar process. How many countries in Africa are part of the Global Forum? About 32, not about 32 countries are now members of the Global Forum. I think we could go around the room and count how many of those. But the most recent kid on the block to join the Global Forum is none other than our brothers and sisters from down south, Zambia. Most recent country to join the Global Forum. We have said the Global Forum deals with the standards on transparency and the exchange of tax information. Once you join the Global Forum, it is required of you to pass into your laws these standards that are led by the Global Forum for you to benefit from the provisions that are there within those standards. You need tax information as a country, but for you to exchange it with another country, you need to have certain safeguards in your laws. Otherwise, becoming a member of the Global Forum without really implementing the standards into your laws means nothing. So let's go through the numbers. 32 African countries are members of the Global Forum. How many have really put into their laws the necessary standards that can allow them to benefit by belonging to the Global Forum? Only 10. Only 10. And when you look at the laws that they have implemented, the standards they have included in their laws to help them exchange tax information with other countries, then you find even a smaller number that has actually put into their laws the standards that can actually allow them to receive information. And this is about 4 countries. So you have the inclusive framework, 27 African countries, about 4 or 5 actively involved. And then you have the Global Forum, 32 members, more than those that are in the inclusive framework. But then only 10 have some form of laws. And then only 4 have what we call the common reporting standards that can allow them to receive information. So you can see that either way, when you look at the international tax architecture as set up, you can see where we are as a continent. So we belong to the forum. As to whether it is assisting or helping us, I leave it to you. The third one, very important, the UN Tax Committee, the UNTC. That's how we abbreviate it presently. A very important institution when it comes to tax matters. The UNTC, the members of the UN Tax Committee are representatives of different countries who join this committee in their personal capacity. Personal capacity. So though it is an intergovernmental organization, the members that go to represent us there from the different countries only join in their personal capacities as professionals. At present, the term of the UNTC runs from 2021 to 2025, so up to next year. The UNTC has been responsible for actually advancing some very progressive tax standards over the years. For example, when we talk about OECD-led rules, you find that I mentioned that African countries have been pushing for what we can call source-based taxation rules, where the revenue is sourced from should be taxed there. But the OECD, within the OECD inclusive framework, it has been very hard to get a proper allocation of taxing rights that allows revenue to be taxed at source. But within the UNTC, the big push has been to establish rules which, if implemented into the laws of different countries, you can have source-based taxation. So an allocation of rights that allows where revenue is sourced to be taxed from there. At present, if you look at the OECD playbook, you will find that taxation presently, even though the revenue is derived from your country, you cannot stop it from leaving your country. That's one. But number two, the country where the revenue goes, the domicile of the company that derives the revenue from your country, once it is taxed there, you cannot touch it. That's the OECD playbook. But within the UNTC, the push has been, let us establish rules that favor and advance source-based taxation. But there's a caveat to it. The UNTC cannot come up with any binding rules. So it makes recommendations which countries can take and adopt into their laws. So it is optional. There's no requirement that countries have to comply with those laws. For example, one of the provisions has been to remodel our double taxation agreements to make them more progressive and to make sure that the allocation of taxing rights actually goes to the country where revenue is being derived from. So even though there's a double taxation agreement between one country and another, we remodel using, for example, the UN Tax Committee model to have a proper reallocation of those taxing rights. However, it is just a recommendation. Countries can take and implement or not. So most of its work, led by excellent professionals, has remained as recommendations. Some countries from Africa presently sit within the UN Tax Committee. I think off my head, I remember Zambia. Which other one? Anyone remembers another one? Ghana? Another one? I'll remember. But at present, about 5. I think the other one is Malawi. So Malawi, Zambia from South Africa, Ghana from West. Can't remember whether it's Morocco or one of the countries in the north. Morocco and Egypt. No, that's the ad hoc committee. Yeah. So the UN Tax Committee at present, good institution, but the rules, recommendations, implement, maybe, can choose to take or not. So with all these institutions that we have mentioned at present, number one, it is important to emphasize that at present, the driver, the big pusher, the one institution that has held the power to make and push international tax rules has been the OECD. Sabrine will come in and speak about the influence of the OECD on tax rule making processes within Africa. But let me give you an example. When any country joins the OECD inclusive framework on BEPS, you are required to implement 4 minimum standards. 4 minimum standards. Within those 4 minimum standards, each of those standards has rules under it. And we were having a conversation with my brother Zulu here. When we speak to tax administrators from our countries and we ask them, how far have you gone in implementing the 4 minimum standards under the base erosion and profit shifting BEPS standards? They will say once you join the OECD inclusive framework, the 4 minimum standards are contained in a document that is 2,000 pages. That's what you're required to implement. Just 4 of the 15 rules. So there are some concerns that Africa as a continent and our countries have had with the existing international financial architecture. What's the problem? Number one, as it exists now, the international financial architecture does not promote domestic resource mobilization for Africa. The rules as they exist, they do not favor source-based taxation, taxing where the revenue has been derived. And that is why most countries in the room today, they are also struggling with, for example, just implementing a tax to tax all the revenue that is being derived from offering digital services within your countries. But the other challenge is participation within these forums. There are 27 out of the 54 within the inclusive framework. There are 32 out of the 54 within the global forum. Within the UNTC is about 5, and they act in their personal capacity. And you could actually flip it around and think about our involvement in the other institutions that we are not discussing here today, but we'll talk about that. But the issue of participation of African countries is very key. I know that in the opening statements, my colleagues have also mentioned that even within existing processes now, for example, in the drafting of the TORs for the UN Tax Convention, we still have a big challenge in how Africa is being represented. Most recently, a colleague told me that one of the African countries sent their military attaché to the negotiations on the UN Tax Convention. So some people have started naming names. Which country could it be that sent their military attaché? So some people are saying it could be South Africa. No, so definitely not South Africa. Could it be Kenya? Kenya, Zambia, Uganda. No, everybody's saying, no, we don't do things like that. Yeah. Could it be Tanzania, Tunisia, Libya? So we are discussing international tax rules. You are sending your military attaché. So he could be an economist, you know, or he could be excellent in the art of war when it comes to tax. So when it comes to our participation, it is still a major challenge. But it's also about transparency. How are decisions when it comes to these tax rules made a major concern? Because remember, I started by saying, who drives the agenda of the inclusive framework? Who drives the agenda? Who sets the agenda? Huh? We gave them a name. The G7. The G7 sets the agenda. So when it comes to transparency in agenda setting, very serious. We have no say. We have zero involvement. And sometimes we find ourselves pushing and implementing rules that do not really make sense to us. I'll give an example. In 2021, towards the end, several countries came together and said, we have now come up with 2 wonderful rules that will help us tackle, number 1, how we tax digital services and how we tax the residual profits of multinationals. And they gave it a big name that you all today call the 2-pillar proposal. The 2-pillar proposal proposes, number 1, how we shall reallocate taxing rights so that we can tax the residual profit of multinationals, MNCs. But it also proposes under there that we have a 15% minimum tax. But the other rules that we have included there is a pillar that proposes on how we are going to tax digital services within our countries. When you sign onto that proposal, it means that you lose the right as a country to come up with a unilateral taxation measure as a country. When the rules were proposed, our countries that are members of the inclusive framework, how many members in the inclusive framework? African countries. 27. Out of the 27, when they sat together and said, we are signing onto this new deal, the 2-pillar proposal, 25 African countries signed onto that proposal. Only 2 had seen the light. I'm sure you can guess which ones. Which one? Zambia, no. Yeah, Kenya, yeah, good. Now we are moving in a good direction. The other one? Nigeria, only 2 out of the 27. It's important to underline that the country that was pushing for the adoption of these rules, in fact, at that point, we used to call them the Biden rules, was the US. Do you think the US is going to sign? Will they implement? But our people are rushing to implement the 2-pillar proposals into our rules. Lastly, for a long time, we have only looked towards one direction when it comes to discussion, implementation, standardization of tax rules. And that direction has been towards Paris, the OECD. And African countries have gotten to the point of saying, no longer shall we continue looking towards one direction. It's important to look towards another direction. As I conclude, I wish this was visible, but I know you can see it from where you are. If you can't, look at your age again, because I can see. So consider your age. Know that age is catching up with you. This timeline looks at the international financial architecture and how it has been over the past years. From the 60s, when it was established, when we have had some clarity on what needs to be reformed, where we are at present, and over the next 2 days, we will be unpacking this further. I just came to lay the foundation of where we are and where we are heading and the discussions that we'll be having over the next few days. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Back to you.
شكرا فرانسيس. بدون تأجيل نفتح المجال للسؤالات أو للتفاعلات.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Francis. Vous venez de nous rappeler les règles fiscales internationales et l'architecture financière. Et toutes nos félicitations pour cette belle présentation. Moi, je m'appelle Charlie Faye et je suis d'Oxfam au Sénégal. Ma préoccupation, ce n'est ni l'OCDE, encore moins les autres institutions, c'est-à-dire le Forum sur l'essence de renseignement. Mais ma préoccupation, c'est le comité sur la fiscalité de l'Union, comment dirais-je, des Nations Unies, précisément. Je me rappelle en 2014, lorsqu'on lançait pour la première fois le rapport sur les flux financiers illicites en provenance d'Afrique avec le groupe de Thabo Mbeki, on avait plaidé à l'époque, c'était en Éthiopie, on avait plaidé pour qu'on ait ce qu'on appelle un comité fiscal au niveau de l'Union des Nations Unies. C'est-à-dire comment est-ce que nous pouvons changer les règles où on décide les règles, c'est-à-dire là où on décide les règles à partir de l'OCDE pour aller vers un comité global des Nations Unies qui va nous aider à pouvoir décider des règles où chaque pays aura une voix dans le cadre véritablement de l'architecture, de la définition de l'architecture financière internationale. Aujourd'hui, tant que les règles seront décidées à partir de l'OCDE ou bien à partir du Forum mondial sur l'essence de renseignement, nos pays africains, on n'aura pas droit au chapitre, malheureusement. Et donc aujourd'hui, pour moi, ce qu'on doit se battre, donc pour moi, c'est d'avoir au moins une voix pour chaque pays à l'image des Nations Unies et qu'on puisse avoir cela au niveau des Nations Unies parce que seules les Nations Unies constituent l'organe global où tous les pays sont représentés et à partir de ce moment, comment est-ce qu'on peut avoir une représentation paritaire dans les comités de décision comme ça on aura l'Afrique à l'intérieur et les autres continents et qui seront représentés d'égale dignité. C'est comme ça, je pense, ce sont ces règles-là sur lesquelles on doit se pencher, on doit pouvoir infléchir sur l'agenda mondial pour pouvoir avoir des avancées considérables. Et ça, c'est une des préoccupations. L'autre préoccupation, peut-être vous n'êtes pas revenu sur ça pour le moment, mais c'est juste important qu'on puisse voir comment est-ce que nous pouvons changer les règles de la fiscalité internationale, ne pas juste se limiter à l'érosion de la base d'imposition et des prix de transfert, mais définir des règles fiscales internationales qui sont favorables aux pays de source. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, la Convention des Nations Unies sur la fiscalité, pour moi, cette convention est beaucoup plus adaptée aux réalités de l'ensemble des pays du monde, particulièrement des pays africains. Mais encore une fois, même cette convention, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a des réalités africaines qu'il n'a pas prises en compte. Aujourd'hui, comment est-ce que nous pouvons travailler sur cette convention des Nations Unies également pour pouvoir y insérer les préoccupations africaines? C'est comme ça qu'on pourra changer les choses et pour que l'Afrique puisse également bénéficier de ses propres ressources. C'est ce que j'avais à dire. Je vous remercie.
شكرا. سعيد لهني.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صباح الخير لكم. نشكر المرصد التونسي للاقتصاد على هذه الدعوة وهذا اللقاء ما بين ممثلي إفريقيا في الموضوع الهام جدا اللي يخص الجباية. أنا السؤال اللي نطرحه للسي فرانسيس اللي مشكور على المداخلة نتاعو اللي كانت قيمة وكانت فيها جانب من المرونة اللي خلتنا نفهم الموضوع، ولكن أنا عندي ملاحظة أنه مقدم نفسي السلامي أبو بكر نائب الجمعية الوطنية للمستشارين الجبائيين والخبراء الجبائيين الجزائريين ونائب المجلس الوطني للجباية في الجزائر اللي هو هيئة تابعة لوزارة المالية. الشيء اللي حبيت نلاحظه أنا أو سؤال أو ملاحظة هو أنه إحنا نعرف بأنه كل الهيئات الجبائية الموجودة في العالم اللي تابعة خاصة اللي تابعة للأمم المتحدة تمشي في نفس الإطار تنظيم الأمم المتحدة اللي اليوم تقريبا كل الدول خاصة الدول الإفريقية تطالب بتغيير قواعد هذه الهيئة العالمية. أنا نظن بأنه حتى الاتفاقيات الجبائية تمشي في نفس الإطار. احنا نعرف بأنه كل هذه الاتفاقيات تمت كما ذكر فرانسيس في وقت اللي كانت لا وجود للدول الإفريقية أو كانت الدول الإفريقية فتية، كانت كلها مستعمرة أو حديثة الاستقلال. ومشينا في نفس الإطار، بقى دائما الموقف تاع الدول الإفريقية ضعيف، ما عندهاش حتى قوة في وضع القواعد أو إبداء الرأي في وضع القواعد تاع الاتفاقيات اللي هم الاتفاقيات الجبائية. إذا لحد الآن بقينا نمشي في نفس السياق، بقات دائما الدول الإفريقية ضعيفة. إما أننا ندخل في هذه الاتفاقيات كالكثير من الدول اللي ذكرتها اللي هي 27 دولة إفريقية مثلا لبعض الاتفاقيات، إما بعض الدول اللي ما دخلتش نهائيا ما مشاتش في هذه الاتفاقيات. أنا نظن بأنه اليوم فيه نداءات لتغيير قواعد سير الأمم المتحدة في حد ذاتها، لأنه حتى العمل اللي نقوم فيه عمل جيد ممتاز، ولكن يبقى دائما مقيد، مفروض علينا كدول إفريقية أو إما عن طريق الضغوطات إما عن طريق التحفيزات القليلة جدا. لأنه علاش الاتفاقيات الجبائية احنا نعرف بأنه الثروة تخلق في الدول الإفريقية وتستعمل في العالم الغربي. معناتها الثروة تخلق هنا ولكن تستعمل في الدول الغربية حتى يعطيك بعض الامتيازات. احنا نعرف بأنه اتجاه الامتيازات كله اتجاه الدول الغربية مش باتجاه الدول الإفريقية. نظن بأنه يجب أن يكون عندنا موقف موحد بالنسبة للاتفاقيات الجبائية اللي يدافع ويحمي الحقوق الإفريقية، لأنه الضريبة هي ثروة. إذا كانت الدول الإفريقية تحتاج إلى هذه الثروة ولكن محرومة منها، وهي دائما أو في أغلب الأحيان أو بنسبة كبيرة جدا لصالح الدول الغربية. شكرا سي فرانسيس، لأنه خاصة أن السؤال تاعي حبيت نقول بأنه هل ممكن أنه هذا المشاركة تاعنا تدفع أو تكون فيه توصيات، لأنه يجب أن تغير القواعد على أعلى مستوى على هيئة الأمم المتحدة. شكرا.
شكرا.
Thank you, Francis. I think that was a brilliant presentation. I just wanted to know from your experience working with both OECD and the UN Tax Convention, how much backlash are we expecting from countries in the North? I know the terms of reference are out now for the UN Tax Convention, but how much of a fight must we gear ourselves up for? How much are they going to put a stumbling block in every step of the way towards realization of this convention? Thanks.
Thank you. Hey, en face.
Thank you very much. I'm Father Emmanuel Chikoya from the Council of Churches in Zambia and also the Norwegian Church Ed, where I serve as board chair and general secretary, respectively. Thank you, Francis, for the very user-friendly presentation that has been presented. Of interest to me were under the Inclusive Framework and Global Forum, you talked about the numbers, 27
and then you talk about 32, and then even then, you break it down to 10 in terms of those that have implemented the relevant laws. The question on my mind is why the reluctance? We're expecting that African countries would be eager because they need to raise more resources locally to run and implement or participate in these useful mechanisms. But we see this inertia. What could be the reason? So that helps. And maybe a comment around Zambia and how I note that in one of the cases that they recently added, but it would be good to get to understand the reason so that when we are, those of us from the faith actors, we should not pray from an ignorant perspective, but be able to know the reason so that if we have to pray for them, we'll be speaking the right language. Thank you.
شكرا. إمنا. Just after.
Hi, my name is Sahar Mishmish. I'm from the Tahrir Institute for Middle East Policy. My question is, we've seen how African countries have been excluded from agenda setting and from setting the rules for taxation through the OECD, but through the UN, how enforceable would the new convention be? We know that the OECD can use its economic weight to enforce the rules, the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 and all the frameworks, the BEPS, etc. For the UN tax convention, how can we make sure that there are mechanisms of enforcement that are there that push not only the global South countries, but also the global North countries to adhere to just and equitable tax rules? Thank you.
شكرا. إمنا. مش بعد أنتي سمحتي. إمنا. Monsieur,
Uhuru Dembas from the Council of Churches in Namibia. Two observations. We have noticed that when these blocs and the governments from the north deals directly with individual countries, they are in a weaker position, and that there has been more success when these countries respond as a bloc. And therefore, I was interested to find out what the role the institutions like African Union and the sub-regional bodies, the SADCs, the ECOWAS, and so on, play in assisting the individual member states with dealing with these global challenges around taxation. Has there been any advocacy work, any capacity building, and so on? The second question is specifically around capacity building. Sometimes even if there is political will from our governments, there is capacity challenges locally. And these capacity challenges were also highlighted in the Thabo Mbeki report on the illicit financial outflows. So what initiatives are there, and what role can civil society play in terms of helping build this capacity to deal with these complex issues of taxation in our countries? Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonjour à tous, je me présente, Nasser Hacheni, expert comptable et membre de la TGF. J'ai une remarque concernant c'est très important d'être parmi les pays qui prennent les décisions au niveau de l'OCDE et d'être de façon pertinente et inclusive. Mais c'est très important de comprendre le contexte international de taxation et d'agir intelligemment au niveau national. Par exemple, si je prends l'exemple des avantages fiscaux qu'on est en train d'accorder aux multinationales qu'ils ont soumis à une taxe internationale de 15% s'ils remplissent certaines conditions. Est-ce qu'on est aujourd'hui en train de subventionner les pays européens sur la base que si ces entreprises-là bénéficient d'une exonération en Afrique, ils ont tenu de payer la taxe au niveau de la pays de résidence. Donc, c'est une question très importante à prendre en considération. Merci.
Thank you so much, Francis, for that eye-opening presentation. That was very introductory to me for this such topic. But my name is Issam El-Kourghli from Libya, independent researcher. My question, maybe a comment that could also be a question, is you have stated that there is a country that instead of sending economic representative or something like that, they send a military attaché. I tend to disagree on this whole notion that a military attaché could be something negative, because when we notice the progressive history of Africa was mostly done by revolutionary people who weren't democratically elected from this Western liberal perspective, and they actually enacted a revolutionary change in their own countries and also in the regions where they have acted. So we have to revisit this whole notion of who is also representing us, because having a country representing, for example, the African Union for more than a decade or so has been spineless and toothless, be it on military and economic terms. And it has been also the leaders of many countries not benefiting the people, but benefiting the leaders. So again, the question of representation is always, it shouldn't be just, oh, Libya is represented, that means they're gonna take care of Libya. Who is exactly representing Libya? What is their class interest? So we have to think again of class from an international perspective as well. So, but thank you again so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
And this idea was clearly reinforced on your presentation when you show how all the system has been rigged to take profit of African resources. I have only two questions. Well, the first is relating to this agenda of advancing progressive tax or source-based taxation. I see a lot of movement, or at least at the media, that is being driven by non-state actors. I'm just wondering, from the work that you have been doing, how do you see the engagement of our states, of African states in this agenda? Because at the national level, you will see that these are the same people that are offering generous incentives to these multinationals, that are signing DTAs, double taxation agreements, that are allocating tax rights to other countries and refusing even to renegotiate them, even when there is evidence that they're losing revenues. The second is, how do we address these concerns of legitimacy and participation on equal footing that you mentioned? Because you see that in these forums, even if you get to have a seat at the table, is the rich countries, the developed countries, that have the veto power at the end of the day. So how do we address these issues of our legitimacy and participation on equal footing? Thank you.
شكرا. اسكندر سلامي من الجمعية التونسية للحوكمة الجبائية. حبيت نشكر يعني لوتيو على تنظيم هذا الحوار، اللي يعتبر ثاني حوار حول هذا الاتفاق، اتفاق الأمم المتحدة. لكن بالمناسبة حبيت يعني نسأل احنا بالنسبة للحوار هذا يمشي في اتجاه انه يعني انخراط الدول الافريقية دائما في انظمة لم تشارك في صياغتها، يعني اتفاقية الامم المتحدة او يعني الOCDE في كل ما يتعلق بالاتفاقيات الضريبية. يعني كانت الدول الافريقية هي الطرف الضعيف عندما تمت صياغة هذا النظام العالمي وهذه الاتفاقيات وهذه القواعد. يعني أظن أنه آن الأوان لكي نفكر يعني في نظام بديل على الأقل على المستوى القاري. يعني احنا لدينا منظمة إفريقية، لدينا منظمات يعني قارية، ولدينا وضع يعني على مستوى السياسي وعلى المستوى العالمي وضعا متحرك ويؤسس إلى واقع جديد. يعني معناها بالنسبة إلي يعني ستكون فرصة جيدة لكي نبدأ في وضع قواعد أو التفكير في قواعد يعني تؤسس إلى أكثر انسجام وإلى يعني اتفاقيات إفريقية، ولكي تراعى مصالح الدول الإفريقية في نظام ضريبي يأخذ بعين الاعتبار خاصيتها وتنوعها. شكرا.
آمنة آخر زوز مداخلات، الأستاذ ومن بعد الأستاذ لهنا. ثلاثة آخر مداخلات ومن بعد خاطر الوقت.
اوكي، دونك آخر مداخلات باستثناء إذا كانت هناك أصوات نسائية تحب التدخل. أنت.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Musa. I'm from Senegal. I work with ActionAid on the TaxAid program. Thank you, Francis, and sending our solidarities to Kenyan people in the fight that they are fighting right now. So I think it's important that you recall the history of these international tax policies and how they have been progressive. It's important for us to understand how it works and to see where do we fit in. But I have some concerns and some point of attention that I wanted to put on the table. The first one is you're advocating for tax policies that are inclusive, but do we already know what is our angle of attack of that inclusiveness? Because we're talking about 27 countries and out of them, maybe 4 or 5 are really active. So are you talking about numbers-led or numbers-driven inclusion or quality impact inclusion? That's something we should enter. Let's say that we have all the 54 in bracket 56 Africa, 55 African countries all represented, and most of them are military attached or investors or stuff. How are we talking about? Are we going to be satisfied by that or we need more? That's one point. The second point is, do we already have within our regional organization really tax policies that talk to us? Because we are countries, we are different, and we don't have the same tax policies at country level, and we are even not able to have it at continent level. So how do you want to have it at global level? That's a point that we need to discuss and emphasize on strengthening the capacity of our regional bodies to represent us within tax policies that are already including issues like domestic resource mobilization and stuff like that. And the last point is for the few countries that are able to access and to have impact onto those tax policies, how do we learn from their models? How did they do to have access into the space? Those are the things that also we should address. For example, Zambia, Senegal, or Nigeria, did they just do it, have that access through personal linkage or because of some financial figures or something like that? We should learn from that and maybe, adapt it at more regional level to have access and to make more impact. Those are the few points that I wanted to put on the table. Thank you so much.
شكرا. إمنة ومن بعد
نعم.
السلام عليكم. ياسين عفيفي، خبير بنكي. سؤالي يتمثل، شكرا على المداخلة. أولا سؤالي يتمثل حول المنظمات الاقتصادية الجهوية على غرار المغرب العربي، الكوميسا ولا الإكواس. سؤالي يتمثل هل المنظمات الاقتصادية الجهوية على غرار الاتحاد المغرب العربي، الكوميسا، الإكواس، دور وتأثير في مسار وضع القواعد الضريبية العالمية على البلدان الإفريقية؟ وشكرا.
Thank you very much. My name is Deraje. I'm from the Global Alliance for Tax Justice. maybe just as a compliment to the excellent presentation Francis did, I wanted just to mention two things. First, the OECD two pillars, it is wrong to consider them as solutions. Why do I say this? If you look at pillar 1, it affects only 86 companies in the world and only about 10% of their global profit. All the rest is going to continue the way it is functioning today. Would you call this an international reform? Limiting it to 86 companies and limiting it only, actually what Francis mentioned, residual profit, routine profit, it's an invention of the OECD. So what happens is the routine profit will be taxed or not taxed in the old way. The second one, if you look at the pillar 2, it is 15%. 15% minimum tax is, the first proposal was 21%. The secrecy jurisdictions and tax havens give 12.5%. Actually, they are the ones who won. Is 15% closer to 12.5 or 25? It's closer to 12.5. And then, actually, it is a pecking order. The first who would profit if a company pays less than 15%, the first are the residence countries. For example, if Nike does not pay tax enough pays below 15% in Vietnam, the remaining will be charged in the US, not in Vietnam. And the second one, the second beneficiary will be the intermediary countries. The source countries are the last even to get from it. And anyway, it is not a solution at all. The second one is what? If you agree to this, if you agree to the pillars, you automatically commit yourself not to introduce unilateral measures. Actually, it is a means to prevent you from taxing. The Nigerian Revenue Authority both said, if we introduce pillar 1, not only do we not be getting a new revenue, we will lose. We will not be able to tax some of the companies we are taxing today. This is one. So it is not a solution. It is a solution to prevent solutions. These guys doesn't want the issue to go to the UN. That is why they are. And then the third and important thing, it will not be ratified by the US. So, okay. Now I come to the second point. African countries, 27, are in the inclusive framework, the rest are not. But when this thing came to the UN process, they did not vote according to their membership of the inclusive framework. Even the G20, non-G7, G20 countries voted with Africa. So it is not the game in town now. The game in town is the UN process. All African countries voted together, whether they were members of inclusive framework or not, they all voted together for a UN process. So our reference to the OECD process is really of historical interest. Actually, we are in another battle, the UN Tax Convention process, in which African countries are working together. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Francis, for the presentation and the great update. Fathia, economic researcher. So my question is, since we've been working on the UN Tax Convention since 2022, the question is for countries and organizations that they have one foot with the OECD and the other foot with the UN Tax Convention. As example, for Tunisia, Tunisia is member of the inclusive framework and the global forum, and they joined the UN Tax Convention process presented with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The question is, to what extent will be the UN tax convention or the UN tax committee decision will be abiding for countries, for African countries, because when you are when Tunisia is in both sides, it's in the OECD and the UN tax convention. For the future measurements, for the future instructions, which sides the country will take, and to what extent the UN tax committee measurements will be abiding for countries to harmonize tax measurements in the continent. Thank you.
شكرا إمنا هي شكرا للجميع على تدخلاتكم وعلى مستوى النوعي للأسئلة متاعكم. فما مجموعة من الأسئلة باش يتم الإجابة عليها على مدار اليوم في المداخلات القادمة زيادة، لكن أترك المجال لفرانسيس 20 دقيقة للإجابة على أسئلتكم ثم نمر إلى استراحة قهوة.
Thank you. Please start the timer. I will try and stick to less than the 20 minutes. Because I am a commissioner of oaths, I wish I could swear you in from today as tax justice advocates, because the quality of your questions is indeed great. But it also shows that over the next few days, we will be able to have a lot of fun having these discussions. So I received a lot of 105 questions. How many do you want us to answer? 40, 45, 55? Yeah, so we will do our best, but I also get that most of the questions were also input from colleagues. But let's start with the Mbeki panel report and pushing for Africa's voice. Indeed, since the time of the Mbeki panel report, there has been a push that Africa really needs to come together, establish a standard on which it is going to negotiate with others. However, we have been failing at each point because, as one colleague has mentioned, we have had our eyes on different processes. We have also prioritized bilateral negotiations on most of these things over unilateral conversations. And that's why we within the tax movement have been pushing that we move away from bilateral discussions on tax matters between two countries and move to a platform where we can negotiate together. There is more power there. There is an ability to also learn from each other. And there is an ability to change the rules and achieve something that might be more favorable. I know there's a question as to do we have standards? Do we have recommendations? Are we waging this war with some bit of an understanding of exactly what we want as Africa? Indeed, I can tell you that there is a very good understanding amongst those that are representing us, especially at the UN, the Africa group, on exactly which standards we are pushing, exactly which recommendations we would want, exactly which processes we should be involved, exactly what structures we should be advancing. And this is very important, and I know that we will discuss this over the next few days. For example, one of the things that we are pushing for in a big way is how will voting happen at the UN now that we are discussing these tax rules? Because remember, we have an advantage of numbers. And if we use numbers to our advantage, it means that when we make certain proposals on the table, when we put certain proposals on the table in the discussions on the new tax rules, or for example, just the terms of reference, the TORs, it is easier for us to be able to achieve something because we can use our numbers to ram down and push some of these proposals. In other platforms like the OECD, our numbers don't matter. But when we go to the UN and we are joined by the G77 and our other friends like China, then we achieve certain numbers that give us some dominance that we can use to push for certain recommendations and certain standards. I think that is very key and very important. Are countries fighting from the same side? I would say to a very large extent, yes. Are countries aware of which standards we are advancing? To a very large extent, yes. Do countries, African countries, know exactly what they want out of this process? To a very large extent, yes. Are we going to achieve it? We may. There's a question as to what are the others on the other side doing? They are scheming. They are pushing back. They are voting against us. They are waiting for us at every corner to ensure that when we make certain proposals, they also have counter proposals. For example, the other side, this, when we say the other side, we mean OECD countries. One of their big push is, let us not have very binding rules. Let us have an agreement that is not very binding. Why? Because the OECD already has this figured out. So there is no need to replicate what the OECD has already done. So at the UN, we can have nice conversations in a very diplomatic way. The OECD has it figured out. It has rules. We can follow the script. That is one of the arguments. The other argument is the UN will not do anything new. It has already been done, what they call duplicity. So they are fighting back and saying, no. This whole UN thing, whatever you are trying to do has already been done. So let the OECD continue doing. That's how they are fighting us back. But the other thing that they're also doing is also scheming and voting together. So whenever there's a chance to vote, whether or not they have in the background disagreed, and they come to the table, they'll vote together. But it's about a bunch of 30-something countries. But Africa, together with the G77, we are nearly 3 or 4, their numbers. So we can use that to our advantage. So they will try to water down. They will also try to scuttle. They will also try to delay. And they will also come to your capitals to negotiate with your countries and make sure that your countries, when they go there, they are weaker. The numbers, Father Chikoya is asking, if we are in the global forum and we know the standards, why are we not implementing them at country level? I'll give you some reasons. Number one is the money. Our revenue administrations are not sure that even though they might implement these rules, there is money in implementing those rules. So they'll say, these are just standards. Even if we implement them, there's nothing we are going to get out of it. Is that a big bell? Yes, it is a big bell. Because in the first place, why are we members of an international tax rule setting body whose rules, even though implemented at a national level, offer zero benefit in mobilizing resources? So why are we belonging there? Why do we want to domesticate those rules? So it automatically means that we are part of a process that we know very well we will never be able to have that process giving us benefits at a national level. But the other thing is about institutional requirements. For example, under the Global Forum, for you to exchange data, you need platforms. You need to strengthen your revenue administration. You need the data that you can exchange with others. We know very well how our countries are. Data is an issue unless it is requested for by the OECD. My colleagues who also do some research will tell you that when you look at revenue statistics from Africa, the OECD has more revenue statistics from our African countries than, for example, the AU. If you go asking for data from your revenue administration, it is very hard to get it. But then the OECD needs it, they will get it. We need data for us to be able to exchange it through the Global Forum. At our country level, we are not collecting enough data. We do not have the platforms. We are not convinced, and most of our administrators are not convinced that by having those standards, CRS implemented, for example, at a national level, that there's going to be any benefit. So they're simply leaving it and saying, well, we are members to look good, but at the national level, nothing to it. How enforceable will the rules at the UN be? I wish we had more time. I wish we had more time to speak about this. Remember, what we are pushing for at the UN, and Africa has been very categorical. Number one is a UN, not any other place, a UN. But we have also been pushing for a convention, not a framework, not an agreement, a convention. And this push has come as a result of Africa knowing that, number one, we need to address the legitimacy question. Who really determines the rules? UN, not any other place. Why the UN? One country, one vote. Every country can come in. CSOs can come in. We can know what is being discussed. We can participate. But the number two thing is also convention. We need binding rules. And that is why we have been pushing, move away from any other proposal and stick to the proposal that delivers binding rules. And those binding rules can only be brought in using a convention. Remember, at the point when we were voting on which option we will take, we had three options. One was a framework. The other one was a convention. We said, forget about the framework. We want a convention, binding, and that will allow us to hold countries to account. But there's also the structure question. How will all this be handled beyond the convention? We will need a proper structure. We'll need something that looks like a conference of parties where we can do reviews, where we can hold countries to account. And therefore, as you are here, we can rightly tell you that you are part of the beginning of a very long process in the reforms of the international tax architecture. Because at the point when we will have the convention, we will need to be doing annual reviews if possible. We'll need to be holding countries to account. And that can only be done when we have a convention and when we have an organizational structure that supports the implementation of that convention. And therefore, in the push that we have been having at that level, we have been pushing for not just the convention, but a proper organizational structure that is well-funded, anchored within the UN, that will help us implement the convention. Uhuru is asking, strength of numbers. We have the numbers. We can use it. We have used it so far. If we remain united, and if we continue organizing and mobilizing together as Africa, it will work. So which is this institution that is mobilizing and bringing us together? The African Union, but not just the African Union, our representatives at the UN, the group that we call the Africa Group, the people who are based either at your missions in the UN or the people that you send from the ministries are also very key. Let me tell you something. For the first time in history, when it comes to discussions on global tax rules, the Africa Group sits together, discusses. By the time they go to the floor, they have had discussions on exactly what they are advancing at each of those sessions. If we can keep that momentum, we will be able to achieve what we seek to achieve. There's also the question of military attaché or someone else. My personal view is at your national level, you have several institutions. You have the military, you have the Revenue Authority, you have the Ministry of Finance, you have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you have several institutions. Each of those institutions has excellent capacity within itself to do certain things that are attached to that ministry. So for example, when it comes to international relations, you know that's a Ministry of Foreign Affairs, forte. When it comes to trade, you have a ministry that deals with that. The discussions of tax rules can pass over your head very quickly. For example, if we start by saying Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes, if you've not heard about it, you will wonder, what is that animal? What does it do? What does it eat? So what we try to do is ensure that whenever we are being represented at that level, because we have capacity at the national level, we deploy that capacity at the international level so they can represent us well. That's why at the UN Security Council, we'll have a military attaché. But in the discussions on tax, if possible, let's have the best of the best. There's also the question of more African countries need to participate. I cannot overemphasize this point, that for a long time we have not been participating. We now have a chance during the organizational sessions to discuss the UN Tax Convention. 12 out of 54 African countries. Are we participating? Not very sure. Regional institutions. Do they have a role? I would say they have a very big role, because when you look at it, you will realize that most of our regional institutions have been overemphasizing things like customs. They have been overemphasizing things like trade between ourselves, peace and security. And we have forgotten the very important aspect of the money. Where is the money? The money is in how we tax natural resources, how we tax multinationals. And until we get that right, even at the regional level, we will not achieve the things that we seek to achieve. I think, Dereje, you have covered those issues well. But let me conclude by adding two things, very important. In this interim period, and Fathia has asked, countries have one leg within the OECD and another leg within the UN process. We are seeing very serious things. Me and the chair of UPNIFT had a conversation over the last weekend with a Ministry of Finance official in one of the countries here. And there was that question. We are part of the UN process, but we are also part of the OECD process. What are we going to do with OECD standards in our laws? Our governments are saying, and this was the response from that official, is that we will continue implementing OECD standards because in the interim, we don't have anything else. Today, about 5 or 6 countries are considering implementing what we call the GLOBE rules to implement the 2-pillar. We have said it is no longer a solution, the 2-pillar proposal. South Africa is one, Zambia is another. I think there are several others here. So countries are still considering implementing OECD standards in their rules. Because we are civil society, we can afford to be radical. And we should advocate for the message that the OECD is a closing shop. There is no business for us in continuing to implement the standards of a shop that is about to close. All our attention should be on the UN process. And lastly, the impact of that is very serious because we have joined the OECD process, and Dereje has mentioned that by joining that process, it means that there are certain rules we cannot implement at the national level. Our friends from Zambia, towards the end of the year 2023, they awarded themselves a Christmas present on 22nd of December by implementing a new tax on digital services. And that tax on digital services, I'm done. That tax on digital services is a VAT on digital services. And we asked the members of parliament, why did you pass this new law? They said, no, it's a digital tax. We said, when you pass a digital tax that is VAT based, are you taxing the digital company or the user? Who are you taxing? You are taxing the user. We are taxing ourselves. So even though we might say that, oh, we want to implement a digital tax, we implement a tax based on taxing ourselves and we let the company go, because we have bound ourselves to the OECD rules that say we cannot tax that company. So the only options we have left, tax ourselves to death. I'm done.
شكرا. وهكا نكونوا كملنا الجانب الأول من الجلسة الصباحية متاعنا. ننتقلوا لاستراحة قهوة ثم نعود بعد 15 دقيقة. Isaac, are you going to join us later? Okay. Yeah, no. مرحبا بالجميع مجددا. مرحبا بكم في الجزء الثاني من الجلسة الصباحية. في الجزء الأول مع فرانسيس تطرقنا إلى الهيكلة المالية العالمية وتداخل السياسات الجبائية العالمية بها، وموقع كل مؤسسة من المؤسسات التي تتدخل في مسار إصلاح القواعد الضريبية العالمية، ومدى ثقلها ومدى انعكاس هذه المسارات على مشاركة بلدان الجنوب وعامة والبلدان الإفريقية بها. انطلاقا مما تطرقنا إليه في الجانب الأول من جلستنا، سيكون معنا في الجزء الثاني للجلسة الأستاذ فاضل قبوب، وهو أستاذ جامعي في العلوم الاقتصادية، رئيس منظمة Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity، ويحضر معنا اليوم عن PowerShift أفريكا. مع الأستاذ فاضل سنتطرق إلى تحليل هذه الهيكلة الضريبية العالمية من منطلق الاقتصاد السياسي. ونحن نعلم أن السياسات الضريبية ليست منعزلة عن الباراديغمات الاقتصادية والخلفيات التي تتبناها كل مؤسسة مالية عالمية، ومن البديهي أن يكون منطلق كل إصلاح وكل مسار له هو هذه الخلفية السياسية أو الاقتصادية. من ناحية أخرى، هذه المسارات والتوجهات تتأثر بشكل كبير بمجموعات الضغط ومصالح البلدان التي تشكل الثقل داخل هذه المؤسسات. أترك الكلمة للأستاذ فاضل للحديث أكثر عن الاقتصاد السياسي لمسار وضع القواعد الضريبية العالمية. لك الكلمة أستاذ.
شكرا على الاستضافة وشكرا على التقديم. I will speak, I will present in English, but it's an immense pleasure to join you here in Tunis, my home country, and with Tax Justice Network and with the OTU. Before I begin, I will highlight this report, the Just Transition report, which is available here on the desk, both in French and in English. So please feel free to take a copy. It's not a report about international taxation or the UN Tax Convention, but it's about the structural issues that I will highlight today. Within these structural issues, of course, there's a very important role for this transition, for this decolonization of international taxation that we're engaging with on the African continent and within the UN Tax Convention system. So what I will present will be the political economy, the geostrategic repositioning that Africa and the Global South must engage in. One of the subcomponents of this repositioning is, of course, the role of international taxation, but it's not the only one. So I'll highlight the other structural issues. And with that, I'll start with the first thing. At the COP 28 in Dubai. France, Kenya, and Barbados launched 2 task forces. The first task force was an international task force on debt, nature, and development. The second task force was initially named the International Tax Task Force. And the website, as you can see, is internationaltaxtaskforce.org. You can see the website and follow the development of this task force. I was asked to join this task force as an expert group member, and I'll talk about the role of this. I initially rebelled, like most of you, against this task force because we just had a UN tax convention process that was won by the Africa group and the rest of the Global South and the UN last November. And the question was, why do we need an international task force outside the UN system, outside the UN tax convention process? And that in and of itself is perplexing, as you can understand. But I'll walk you through the progress that this task force has done. As I mentioned, the task force is co-chaired by Barbados, France, and Kenya. There are a few other member states that joined. The structure of the task force are 3 layers. The top layer is the political leadership. It's the presidents and prime ministers who created the task force and the other member states that joined. So it's the political leadership. And that's the leadership that will have the final say on what the task force will eventually deliver. Below it is the Sherpas group, which are administrative, diplomatic designees by each member state to shepherd this process of the international task force. So they typically tend to be climate envoys. Most representatives are either climate envoys or representatives from ministries of finance from these countries. And then below the Sherpas is the expert group, which includes international tax and economic experts nominated by the member states. And I was nominated by the Kenyan government. An interesting anecdote that I was actually nominated initially not for this task force, but for the Climate, Debt, Nature, and Development Task Force, which is more of my expertise in my area. But my nomination was rejected by a European country. That European country was totally okay with me to join this task force, apparently. And when I asked why, they said they read your blog. So the Secretariat, which is the organization that is shepherding this process, is the European Climate Foundation. And we've been told that there will be an African or a Global South organization that will share the Secretariat with the European Climate Foundation. But to this day, we have not seen that organization participate. So as of right now, the Secretariat is the European Climate Foundation. The deliverables, the end product that the task force and the expert group has been asked to deliver is a report to the member states before COP30 in Brazil. And currently, the official member states are France, Barbados, Kenya, Antigua and Barbuda, Spain, Marshall Islands, and Colombia. Most of these countries are lobbying diplomatically to bring in more member states. Senegal, Rwanda, Germany joined as in the last few weeks. Denmark, Brazil, and then the African Union was invited as an observer member, and so was the European Commission, and few other international organizations. But that is not on the official website yet, so I'm not listing it here. What is the purpose of this task force? And this is very important for us when we're thinking about the UN Tax Convention process, to pay attention to what this task force is trying to do, at least the official objective, and then the process itself. So the focus is on fostering political will and advancing various options for international taxes. The task force will focus on options that have the potential to mobilize finance at scale. So we're talking moving from billions to trillions, while bringing more climate justice and fairness to our current financial system by ensuring that most polluting industries, primarily fossil fuels, shipping, aviation, and financial services, but also people, they mean rich people, contribute to financing the fight against climate change and inequality, with the principle of common but differentiated responsibility should be applied not just to states, sovereign states, but also to individuals, wealthy individuals and corporations. That is the purpose of this task force. The question to me and to all of us again is, why is this not within the UN Tax Convention? Why is this a special task force outside? Then, to be more specific in terms of the things that we've been asked to look at carefully, and we'll be commissioning impact studies and empirical research to quantify, to estimate, and to design each one of these components of this new international tax system. Financial transaction tax, levy on aviation, on maritime shipping, and on fossil fuels. And you can see the numbers here. This is some of the initial numbers that were presented to us. Notice I mentioned that the initial name was the International Tax Task Force. Then we've been told that nobody likes the name tax. So the name of the task force was just recently changed to the Global Solidarity Levies Task Force. And this brings another issue, whether you call it levy or a tax, it's not just choice of words and rhetoric. It has implications, and that's been a political decision, not the decision, obviously, of the expert group or the Sherpas. So it's the responsibility of member states of the task force to negotiate these things and really pay attention to what's being done in this process. The goal of this, of at least the political leadership of the task force, is over time, and by the time we get to COP30 in Brazil, that the number of countries in the task force will increase significantly. So there's diplomatic effort that is being underdone by the member states to bring in more countries from around the world to join the task force, so that when the policy options are presented before COP30 for taxing shipping or fossil fuels or the wealthy or whatever tax options are presented at the end, there's already a critical mass of countries who are part of this process, who are the policy options that we want to sign international treaties. Worrisome, because what is the purpose of the UN Tax Convention? It's to do this within the UN tax system. To me, is not consistent or not friendly to the UN Tax Convention process. And some of us in the expert group are, resisting and fighting and questioning this process, not rubber stamping and approving. And that's creating some tension, let me put it very diplomatically, within the task force, within at least the expert group. So this is the setting of, and all of you are familiar with at least the process that's happening. That's why we're gathering here to talk about the UN Tax Convention. But now I want to step back a little bit from the process of this task force. Just wanted to make sure that people are aware that this is happening, and we can discuss it later. I want to focus on the structural issues, because the process of the UN Tax Convention is a process of decolonizing the international tax system. But it's not the only pillar of the international system that needs to be decolonized. There are other processes. And we're in a turning point in this moment in history, turning point economically and geopolitically, but also in terms of the climate crisis, the energy crisis that we face in the global south, in Africa in particular. So I wanted to highlight this report, which was convened by Dr. Youba Sekouna, the former vice chair of the IPCC from Mali, convened this independent expert group on just transition and development. And the goal was to lay out a long-term, comprehensive Pan-African vision that will simultaneously address economic development, which includes debt and taxation and everything, but also energy policy and climate policies, not as independent, siloed policies, but as a comprehensive long-term vision. And the report, as I said, is available in French and in English. And the importance of having long-term strategic vision. If you don't have a long-term strategic vision for Africa, I guarantee you we are already part of somebody else's strategic vision, whether it's Europe or the US or China. And unfortunately, the historical background of these visions that they typically have for us are colonial visions that impose these three traditional roles on the African continent. We're supposed to be the place for cheap raw materials for the industrialized world. Number two, we're supposed to be the place that consumes industrial output from the global north in our large consumer market. And number three, and most importantly, we're supposed to be the place where obsolete technologies, assembly line manufacturing that is no longer needed in the industrialized world is outsourced to us under the label of development, cooperation, job creation, and all of that language. But effectively what it does is that it locks us permanently at the bottom of the global value chain. And that is a structural trap. So when we talk about a just transition, when we talk about decolonization and transformation, it's about escaping these traditional roles that were imposed during colonial times, reinforced during the post-independence years to this day, and these cannot be the roles we play moving forward. So when those colonial roles were reinforced post-independence, they were reinforced via the global economic architecture, which includes the international financial architecture, that's the World Bank and the IMF, that were created during colonial times. That includes the international trade and investment architecture, that's the WTO, the World Trade Organization, and include the international taxation architecture, which for a long time was in the hands of the OECD. And now we're talking about decolonizing that pillar of the economic architecture. But it's not enough to decolonize taxation. And that is a struggle in and of itself. It's a big fight. It's about decolonizing the rules of trade and investment architecture, decolonizing the international financial architecture. And maybe the decolonization means building a parallel architecture instead of struggling to undo the colonial structures that are still in place. So that's the starting point, and I think it's important for us in the tax justice space to do the big fight on the tax front, but not to have these blind spots, because we need all of these tipping points simultaneously. An important message is that in this task force on international taxation that France, Barbados, and Kenya set up, the goal is decarbonization and climate and all of this, but our message in this report, and I think our collective effort should be that we cannot decarbonize a system that hasn't been structurally and economically decolonized yet. And I'll illustrate this. Similarly, we can't really have a democracy if our economy is steered from abroad, right, with colonial structures. And for countries that talk about de-dollarizing, you can't de-dollarize a system that's still structurally and economically steered from abroad, hasn't been decolonized yet. And of course, we're familiar with the major challenges. I just highlight just the climate impact on migration on our continent and the additional pressure on resources for welcoming communities. According to the World Bank, which is the most conservative estimate for climate refugees from climate events by 2050, the African continent will see more than 100 million people displaced by 2050. That's the day after tomorrow. Which countries on this continent or even outside the continent have the fiscal capacity to welcome and treat people with dignity when we have this type of mass movement and additional pressure on housing, on food, on schools, on health? All of this, we know from history, exacerbates tensions and conflict and so on. So the challenge, we cannot, overstate the challenge and the consequences. And therefore, from an economic standpoint, when we talk about decolonizing economic structures, we need to understand specifically which components of our economic structures need to be transformed and decolonized. And of course, external debt is usually the first thing people think of, because that's the component that eats and consumes most of the fiscal policy space that we actually need. You know, in some countries, I'll show you some data later, we have countries on this continent who spent up to 50% of their export revenues paying interest on the debt. 50% of export revenues. Where are we going to prioritize the building blocks of development and prosperity for health, for education, let alone for climate action or any other priority? But it's important to recognize that external debt is actually a symptom of deeper structural issues that can be summarized in three major categories. Number one, energy deficits. Number two, food deficits. And number three, manufacturing deficits or value-added deficits. When I say energy deficit, I include our biggest oil exporter in this continent, Nigeria, which today imports 100% of its gasoline from international market. Gasoline that is actually illegal to sell in Europe. Angola, the second largest exporter, imports 80% of its fuel from international market. And the list goes on. This is not by accident. It's by design. It's classic economic entrapment strategy of fossil fuel companies on this continent, which I can go into details later. Number two, food deficits. According to UNCTAD, Africa today imports 85% of its food. 85%, when less than 100 years ago, we used to be the breadbasket for colonial powers. That change was not by accident, it's by design. What design? It's the design of the international agricultural subsidies system that was introduced starting in the 1950s and 60s. Starting in Europe in 1955, the foundation of the European Union, there was a meeting in Rome where the Europeans said, we have a food problem. We depend on the colonies. We need to invest in our own food sovereignty. In 1962, they introduced the Common Agricultural Policy, CAP, which is in place to this day. It wasn't just Europe, the US, Canada, Australia, Japan, and the former Soviet Union, Russia, and the Ukraine, very dominant in this sector. So today we live in an international agricultural global system in the global south, in Africa, where we produce what we don't consume and we consume what we don't produce, because we've been forced out of the production of wheat and corn and soybean and rice and the core crops for our food sovereignty, actual food security. And we've been forced into a particular role in agriculture to produce coffee, tea, tobacco, bananas, watermelons, strawberries, all the complementary food items. And that is not how you get food security. And then finally, the type of industrialization that we were allowed to have in Africa, and I insist on using the term we were allowed to have, is the industrialization where you have to buy the machines, you have to buy, meaning you import the machines, the technology, you import the fuel to power the factories, we import the intermediate components to assemble with low-cost labor, and we even import the packaging. So we end up with the value-added content of exports that's small, the value added of what we import is high, so we end up with structural deficits. So you can double, triple, quadruple your exports, you're always locked at the bottom of the value chain. So when we talk about decolonizing economic structures, when we talk about the taxation, the international trade, the financial architecture, these are the components that need to be transformed. So the solutions are investments in energy sovereignty, renewable energy sovereignty, food sovereignty, agroecology, and industrial policies that allow us to escape. So how do we channel our efforts in the international tax justice framework so international taxation is conducive to escaping these traps, whether it's related to agriculture or energy or industry? And I think that's important for us to channel these efforts within the US tax convention process. It's not just about collecting tax revenues, it's about transforming the structures that we've been entrapped into. And of course, when you have these trade deficits, your currency becomes weaker relative to the dollar. So everything we import, food, fuel, medicine, becomes more expensive. So we import inflation in the most sensitive areas, which then forces our governments into defensive positions to subsidize food, subsidize fuel, subsidize medicine, and a defensive band-aid solution. And of course, you can't do this forever. And we ask our central banks to defend the exchange rate. How do they defend it? They borrow more dollars and more euros and feed the debt trap. So as we talk about decolonizing international taxation. How do we escape these structural traps, these band-aid solutions that we're forced to channel our tax resources to subsidizing imported food and imported fuel as a defensive measure, as opposed to transformative measures? And just to show you the numbers very quickly, these numbers are available in the report. This is Africa as a whole. You can eyeball the composition of our imports, raw materials, low value exports rather. This is Africa's imports. You can eyeball the composition, high value added imports, core crops like wheat, like rice, and so on. And the data is available. You can see the data for any country in the Atlas website. I zoom in very quickly on Ethiopia because it's an extreme case. Notice Ethiopia's exports is $7.7 billion. And notice the composition: coffee, raw materials, flowers for Valentine's. Ethiopia's imports $17 billion, double, more than double. And you have, you can see the composition. And of course, the result of this massive gap between exports and imports is this constant pressure on Ethiopia's exchange rate that is weakening and weakening and weakening relative to the dollar. Notice it's not just COVID, it's not just Ukraine, it's not just the Tigray area, the Tigray war. It's constant pressure, it's structural. And I can show you the data for Tunisia, for Kenya, for any other country on the continent. You'll see similar things. And of course, this is the external debt trap that becomes the result of it. And Ethiopia, as you know, a few months ago, defaulted on some of its external debt. And here's again, Ethiopia spends at some point 30, 40, 50% of export revenues on servicing the debt. Not unique to Ethiopia. This is very common on the continent. When I talked about food, Ethiopia today, the third largest export revenue item is exporting flowers for Valentine's. When at the same time, Ethiopia, blessed with the most fertile land and with the Nile River, has 20 million people who are dependent on food aid from abroad. Not unique to Ethiopia, but it's an extreme case that's worth noting. Not by accident, by design. This is intentional economic entrapment. And on a global scale, when we talk about this issue, if you divide the world in global north and global south, and we net out all global financial transactions, exports, imports, foreign direct investment, remittances, interest payment, debt relief, climate finance, illicit financial flows, all the numbers included, the net amount is the green line. The green line, the last data point, is $2 trillion. Moving from the global south to the global north. Money moving in the wrong direction. Why are we surprised? This is the design of the system. This is not a failure of the system. The system was designed for colonial extraction. Why do we expect it not to deliver colonial extraction, not to continue to deliver colonial extraction? Unless we change the global economic architecture that we're talking about decolonizing, starting with tax, trade, investment architecture, and financial architecture. Otherwise, this 2 trillion will be 3, 4, 5, 10 trillion moving forward. And I'll skip ahead quickly. So to the structural solutions, where we channel our decolonization efforts, go into the roots of the problem, investments in food sovereignty and agroecology, not just food security, renewable energy sovereignty, which is our biggest potential. According to the International Energy Agency, Africa with existing renewable energy technology, not new innovations, by 2040, that's in 15 years, we can produce 1,000 times our energy needs. 1,000 times. That makes an organization like OPEC look like child's play in the energy system, which means Africa's potential is to be an energy and economic powerhouse, which is our biggest opportunity. But unfortunately, outside this continent, that big potential is perceived as a threat to be managed, to be stopped, when it's actually an opportunity, a win-win opportunity. So that is a geopolitical reality. And of course, a different kind of industrialization that prioritizes the building blocks of development and prosperity with renewable energy infrastructure, with all the critical minerals that we have on this continent, clean cooking infrastructure, green transportation infrastructure for the continent. We have all the resources that we need. We need real partners with technological capabilities, with joint ventures to actually accelerate this transition. And of course, this falls under the umbrella, again, of the global economic architecture. So as we decolonize taxation, how do we activate this transformation with our push for decolonizing international taxation? So no more talk about reforming the economic architecture. It's about transforming, structural transformation. And this is just a quick map of the critical minerals that we have on this continent for this transformation that is within reach. And here comes the big proposal, and I close with this, because this is about power. Colonialism wasn't about cooperation. It was about power. And the process of decolonizing, we can talk about decolonizing. We can put proposals about decolonizing and transformation. But if we don't have an actual leverage to force the transformation, it's not going to happen. So we have to create the political weight of the continent, of the global south, to force the other side to act differently. And here's a quick proposal. So this is where we say Africa has a plan for Africa. It's not the Matai plan. It's not the G7 plan. It's Africa's plan for Africa. This is what we call the $0 climate action plan. We don't actually need dollars for this transformation. We have the resources on a continental scale. Each country pays for its resources in its national currency, pays for its labor with its national currency. So we don't need external financing. We have the economies of scale to industrialize for that transformation. What we need is access to life-saving technology to manufacture what we need. So we're looking for external partners, not to bring dollars, but to bring technological know-how to partners as in joint ventures. And that's why it's $0 financing. So transfer of technology with joint ventures. Who's going to do it? Which countries that have the technology that we need? Is it China? Is it the EU? Is it the US? Is it Japan? We know from history, and we know for a fact, that OECD countries will not transfer technology. Will not, despite what they say. China? Maybe. Because China is the only global south country that managed to industrialize and catch up, despite the fact that the rules of international trade make it impossible for global south countries to catch up. Well, China did it precisely by violating all the rules of international trade and investment architecture and all of that. Are we supposed to do the same? Right? What kind of rule-based system will we have? But here's the opportunity. Imagine a block of African 40 countries. Could be the whole continent, why not? Going to China with a pre-designed Pan-African industrial policy that we negotiate on our terms internally on this continent. We have all the resources, the population, the labor force, the capabilities, the potential. What we lack is technology. And we go to China with the bargain of the century and say, here's the deal. If you transfer the entire value chain of manufacturing, say, solar panels, from processing the minerals all the way to manufacturing the solar panels, on our terms, as in joint ventures and transfer of technology, to replicate the entire value chain, to manufacture and deploy this technology on the African continent, to reach our most important potential as an energy powerhouse. Here's what we offer you. In 10 to 15 years, you can double your industrial footprint globally. In 10 to 15 years, you double your geopolitical weight globally. In 10 to 15 years, you secure your access to these precious critical minerals that everybody's panicking about. Why would China not take this offer? Just triggering this process, not actually finishing it, immediately gives us a second bargaining chip to go to Germany, for example, and say, we give you the same offer. Give us, as in joint ventures and transfer technology, wind turbine manufacturing technology, manufactured and deployed on this continent on our terms, non-colonial, non-extractive terms, as in real partners. If they say, no, we OECD countries, we don't do that. So, okay, keep it. Let's try Japan. Japan says, no, we don't do that. Okay, we'll go to China and give them the opportunity to triple their economic and geopolitical weight. and then go to France and say, we want high-speed rail technology as real partners, manufactured and deployed in Africa. They say, no, 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 we don't do that. Say, okay, let's try Japan. Let's try the US. Let's try. They say, no, 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 we don't do that. Okay. China has the same technology, by the way. They reversed engineered it from you. We'll give them the opportunity to become the dominant geopolitical and industrial powerhouse with us. And now good luck finding critical minerals for your decarbonization. So immediately, this is not a process of propelling China into a superpower. This is a process of propelling Africa at the center of a geopolitical map as the arbiter of a new multipolar world order, which was discussed about 50 years ago in this report called Another Development, What Now? A UN report, actually. And I'll close in conclusion by saying the time to act is now, because this is the small window of opportunity that we have to force this transformation as we push in the UN tax convention process, as we push on the climate front, because the polycrisis that we deal with requires urgent, bold, and radical solutions, not in the political sense, radical as in going to the roots of the problem. As we identify in this report, the current policies are too slow, too weak, they don't even work, which makes them dangerous economically, socially, politically, and ecologically. And this transformation, of course, requires the decolonization of the global architecture, as I mentioned. And this is not a zero-sum game. This is a win-win-win for everybody. This is a better world that we're designing, not just for Africa, but for the rest of the world, including the global north. And this Pan-African transformative vision, I believe, is possible, desirable, and affordable. Thank you.
شكرا أستاذ فاضل على المداخلة القيمة، وهذا لنا بمعركة إصلاح القواعد الضريبية العالمية ما هي إلا جزء من تصوير أكبر تتعلق بمعركة ضد نظام اقتصادي يدعو إلى استعمار جديد تحت مسميات جديدة منها الأمن الغذائي والأمن الطاقي وغيرها. أدعو صديقنا أيزاك أجيري. أيزاك هو مدير السياسات في شبكة العدالة الضريبية بإفريقيا. المداخلة متاع أيزاك باش تتمحور حول تأثير مسارات وضع القواعد الضريبية العالمية على البلدان الإفريقية.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, and really, really pleased to be here. And thanks, Dr. Fadel, very interesting thoughts there. Of course, the present predicaments that we face are not by accident, they are by design. And while they try to put up my slide, show it properly, I just want to remind ourselves that some time ago, on the 14th of December, 1960, there was a resolution at the United Nations that agreed that we should end all forms of colonialism and return all colonies to independence. That day, there about the United States, France, Belgium, England, they abstained from this resolution. On the same day, that very hour that that resolution was being passed, somewhere in a palace in Paris, 15 of these countries, UK, US, Belgium, they agreed and signed an agreement that led to the formation of the OECD. We know effectively telling us, okay, they want independence, give it to them, whatever they want to do. But we are going to make sure that whatever it is that colonization was giving us, we are going to continue to enjoy it. And that was the formation, the basis of the formation of OECD. In the years that followed, 10 years, in the 60s, they went ahead to dominate international tax law. And today we are where we are with all the challenges, and Africa is still struggling to get some sort of control over how we raise revenue to develop our countries. Today, my session is touching briefly on the making of international tax law and what that means for Africa, the impact of making international tax law on Africa. So I'll start briefly. What is international tax law? We are effectively referring to those set of rules, norms, and agreements that determine the allocation of taxing rights among countries over persons. And persons here, we are talking about corporations and then individuals as well who have cross-border economic activities. In the current international tax law, it is mainly comprised of bilateral agreements, what we also call the DTAs, the double taxation agreements. That is mainly based on the OECD model treaty, but also some UN tax treaty. We have over 2,000 of them that makes up the international tax system. And then we have some multilateral agreements. The bilaterals are usually between two countries, right? While the multilateral will have a number of countries coming together to sign up to this. And I give the example of the MLI, the BIPS MLI that is seeking to, as it were, cause some amendment to the over 2,000 existing bilateral agreements. So who makes these international tax rules? I think from the presentations that have been had prior, it's obvious. We know who these guys are. Largely the OECD. Right, so largely it's made by the OECD. Yeah, so largely we have, the OECD that has been dominating the making of these international tax rules. First with the model tax treaty, which I earlier mentioned is the basis for the over 2,000 domestic double taxation agreements that we have across the world. Then we have DIA Inclusive Framework, which has come up with the two-pillar proposals. Then we have, of course, the Global Forum working on the exchange of information and transparency. Then, of course, we also have the United Nations. The UN originally was the forum for making international tax law. This was pre-1945 when we had the predecessor, the League of Nations, doing that. They, along the line upon the formation of OECD, lost that function to the OECD. They lost that function to the OECD, but we still have the UN Tax Committee. Earlier presenters have spoken more into detail about them. And then more recently, the ad hoc committee that is working on the terms of reference for the Framework Convention. We talk a bit now about what has been the impact of these international tax rules on Africa. Again, these rules have had both positive and negative impacts. And so it's not been all that bad. There's been some highlights, speaking to people who work in tax authorities who have interacted with them. One of them is that there's some sort of improved tax compliance and administration. I have spoken to people who said, interacting, just being, for example, at the OECD Global Forum and stuff like that, they've learned of best practices that most of the tax challenges that we face in African countries have been dealt with or have been faced in this European country some 50, 100 years ago, and they found ways to deal with them. So they learn about some of these experiences and try to, through peer learning, bring some of this information back. Of course, capacity building. Of course, sitting in these forums, attending their training programs, sending down expertise to help tax authorities. They've built some capacity, and we know a few of them. Then addressing base erosion and profit shifting, which seems to have been a major preoccupation of the OECD over the last decade, maybe 2 decades, from 98 or something. It's been their preoccupation. There's been some progress on it, and some countries that apply these anti-BEPS, rules have made some tax revenues from chasing after this. Of course, it's been an opportunity and a forum for global cooperation where you have countries, even though they do not necessarily agree on all things, they still come together to discuss matters of interest. Indeed, it is the participation of some 27 African countries in the inclusive framework under the OECD that really highlighted for us the understanding that the OECD is not for us, it's the wrong forum. We don't need to work with them going forward. So even though we didn't get the solution we wanted at the inclusive framework, it highlighted to us that it was about time we left that space. And we need to focus on the UN to find the solutions we needed. Having said that, there's been, many, many negatives to the existing tax system. Marginalization in decision-making is one of them, which is that, of course, even with the inclusive framework we've been talking about, just less than half of African countries participated. And even the participation, those who were present in those negotiations will tell you that it was effectively maybe 3 or 4 African countries that actively participated in those processes. And majority of those were those who didn't sign to the initial deal that was announced. Agenda setting, of course, these processes, they determine what they want to discuss and invite us to be part of it. I give the example here of the inclusive framework. It was formed basically to implement the BEPS action points, the 15 action points that had already been developed by the OECD. They just thought, let us bring in this non-OECD countries because we need them to implement so that this will work. And that is how come they brought us into the room. Still on negatives, it goes without saying, very complex and costly implementation that's led to very limited effectiveness of these rules. Resource constraints in terms of both financial and human resources, very challenging and costly to implement this complex, international standards. The compliance burden extremely high for both tax administrators, but also for corporations and businesses. And I give the example here, the minimum standards, the 4 minimum standards that if upon joining the inclusive framework a country commits to alone is 2,000 pages. The global rules, which is a part of Pillar 2, is over 600 pages. And just last week, the OECD issued a further guidance on Pillar 2 that is 150 pages. I mean, just look at how much one needs to know just to be able to implement just a global minimum tax of 15%. How difficult is it to say that all countries should have a 15% tax? Corporate tax minimum without exceptions and all these things that we're trying to do. So the complexity, it just makes it almost impossible to get around some of these. And of course, there are winners here. Usually the accounting firms and the consultants, complexity is their business, so they make money from this. There's inadequate focus on addressing issues that are of real concern to us, illicit financial flows. The continent's losing some 89 billion USD every year to this, and it outstrips the ODA and all the assistance that we receive from the West. So this is of primary importance to us. They are overly possessed with profit shifting, and then to the neglect of the issues that are of priority to us as a continent. Of course, domestic institutions do not have the strongest of capacity to implement these complex rules. And so we end up with enforcement challenges. So there are rules that have been made. And I give an example, some work that I did sometime. There was a revenue authority that has signed up for the exchange of information as far back as 2012. They did not receive any information from any of their global north partners. They were given information, but they were not receiving because they didn't have the structure, the data centers and the security standards they required to receive. So they were given, but they were not receiving anything up until 2021. And until 2021, when they had invested over $1 million into this structure to receive, they started receiving information. And as at the beginning of 2024, they had not raised $1 from this information they have received, because the volume and the nature of the information, they don't know how to even work with it, right? So all of these complexities and challenges means we have very ineffective rules. The way forward, where do we go from here then? We need to strengthen representation in global forums. And the first recommendation here, of course, is the UN Framework Convention on Tax, where countries participate on what is truly equal footing, one country, one vote, where there is truly inclusive and equitable discussion on reforming the international tax system. We need to enhance regional collaboration because, of course, united we stand, but on our own, we have no chance at all. And so we are looking at the AU, we are looking at ETAF, we are looking at the Africa group that is pushing for this UN Tax Convention to work. We need to simplify and adapt global standards. I've already mentioned the complexities. There's the sheer volume of information that one needs to read and appreciate to be able to implement Pillar 2 and stuff like that. We need to have tailored implementation. We need to adapt the global standards to specific, African contexts. That is important. Technical assistance, and this does not necessarily have to come from our side. We have very competent, Africans in this space all over. How do we organize them in a way that they are able to share this knowledge and experiences across the continent, so we develop our tax systems and the capacity of our tax administrations together. ETAF is leading this charge, and we all chip in on that. Addressing broader issues of illicit financial flows. This is one of the key things that the African group is pushing for at the UN, New York, under the UN Tax Convention. So we're saying that we should move away from the limited BEPS, fixation on BEPS, and look also into issues of trade misinvoicing, of course, corruption, money laundering, but all of those things that, take money from the continent. And then enhance the data sharing process. We need to fix the issues and the limitations of the present exchange of information regime, that we have very limited countries that have been able to sign up because of the requirements, but even those who have signed have very limited gains to show for their efforts and investments in those. In conclusion, the global tax processes, and lawmaking has profound impacts on the African continent. And there is both negative, positive, and it does present opportunities and challenges. And as a call to action, we need to strengthen representation. We need to adapt the standards. We need to address illicit financial flows for sustainable revenue mobilization and development financing. But we also strongly recommend that this is through a UN tax convention. Thank you.
شكرا ايزاك على المداخلة القيمة ورجعنا فيها إلى تأثير مسار إصلاح قواعد الضريبة العالمية على البلدان الإفريقية. وبطبيعة الحال أي مسار لا يتم فيه إشراك البلدان الإفريقية ولا يتم فيه الانطلاق من واقعها وخصوصياتها وما تحتاجه اقتصاداتها فهو مسار لن يكون تأثيره إيجابيا. نفتح المجال للنقاش، وسامحوني الناس الكل باش نقتصروا على 4-5 مداخلات فقط، لأنه الوقت ضبطنا ولازمنا نكملوا البرنامج العشية باش الناس الكل نكملوا في الوقت. دونك لكم مجال تدخل، والأولوية للناس اللي ما دخلتش صباح باش نفتحوا المجال للناس الكل. باهي، أستاذ ميلودي. إمنة help please. أي
نبدأ. نتكلم بالعربية يمكن أحسن، واخا ماشي عربي ماشي فرنسي ماشي إنجليزي. أنا أمازيغي من شمال إفريقيا. أولا نبغي نقدم راسي، أنا مغربي من الجمعية المغربية لحقوق الإنسان ومنسق لجنتها المركزية في مجال الحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والثقافية والبيئية. والشغل ديالي يعني العمل ديالي في الإداري، أنا كنت مختص في المجال الضريبي، وكنت رئيس إحدى المصالح ديال مديرية الضرائب اللي كنت مكلف بما يسمى واحد لا سيب ديفيزيون بوليفالونت. بوليفالونت يعني متعدد الاختصاصات. يعني كنت كنشتغل على الضريبة على القيمة المضافة، الضريبة على الشركات، على الضريبة على الدخل إلى آخره. إذن هذا مجال اللي يعني كنت كنشتغل فيه. أنا عندي بعض الأسئلة. أولا مزيان هذا اللقاء من هذا الحجم اللي كيجمع ممثلي وممثلات المجتمع المدني من أفريقيا، وهذه بادرة يمكن نشكر عليها كثيرا كثيرا المرصد التونسي للاقتصاد. أنا شخصيا لأول مرة أحضر هاد النوع من اللقاءات اللي هو مهم أساسي، وخاصة يمكن الممثلين والممثلات ديال إفريقيا أنهم يتبادلوا الآراء ووجهات النظر. الأسئلة اللي عندي إن كان هذا اللقاء مهم، أنا كنقول واش ما يمكنناش نتسائلوا حول الجهود اللي يمكن نصبوها في الاتجاه ديال الأمم المتحدة ونقل هذه الأنظمة الضريبية اللي كاينة عند منظمات تخدم مصالح الرأسمالية والإمبريالية إلى الأمم المتحدة. واش فعلا إلا يعني نصب المجهود ديالنا في هذا الاتجاه غادي يمكن يعطي الثمار ديالو؟ هذا سؤال. علاش؟ لماذا هذا السؤال؟ هذا السؤال يطرح لأن كم من اتفاقية عند الأمم المتحدة وكم من أجهزة درتها الأمم المتحدة لمراقبة هذه الاتفاقيات، وكم من مساطر خاصة درتها من خبراء مستقلين ومجموعات عمل وخبراء مختصين إلى آخره. ولكن واش هذه الاتفاقيات يتم احترامها او لا؟ هذا هو السؤال. انا كنقول بان مزيان هذا الشيء يكون، ولكن كاين واحد المساله اللي خصنا ننتبهوا لها. راه بدون الاستقلاليه، استقلال القرار ديال الشعوب الافريقيه على الثروات ديالها وبناء انظمه ديمقراطيه حقيقيه، لا اظن، وان كان المجهود مهم، لا اظن اننا غنوصلوا شي نتائج اللي غتحقق هاد الاراده اللي حنا الان كنقولوا بانه غادي نحققوها. اخاف ما اخاف ان نضيعوا الوقت كثير جدا وغادي نوصلوا لنفس النتائج اللي كاينه في الاتفاقيات اللي كاينه دابا عند الامم المتحده. اذا هذا اشكال. كنغتنم هذه الفرصه اللي فيه الممثلين والممثلات ديال افريقيا باش نحطوا امامنا هذه القضيه ديال الاستقلاليه وديال الدفاع على الشعوب الافريقيه باش انها تحكم في الثروات ديالها وفي الموارد ديالها. اذا هذه اسئله كان بودي، ولكن باش ما نطولش نعطيكم نماذج ديال الانظمه الضريبيه اللي كتخدم غير المقاولات المتعدده الجنسيات ورأس المال الخاص. عندي ما يفيد بالارقام وماشي المجتمع المدني اللي قالها، ولكن الدوله نفسها تشهد على انه الانظمه الضريبيه المغرب نموذجا، ولا اظن بانه يختلف على باقي الدول الافريقيه، بان هناك انظمه ضريبيه تخدم المصالح ديال الرأسمال الأجنبي. شكرا.
لدي
Bonjour à tous, excusez, mon voisin doit m'excuser. Je suis Audrey Nembine du Cameroun et ma question va dans le sens des exonérations fiscales. Au Cameroun, nous avons une politique que l'État a mis en place depuis quelques années pour attirer les investisseurs. Et nous, les membres de la société civile, nous nous rendons compte qu'à un moment donné, ça impacte sur la politique fiscale au niveau national. Quels sont donc comment limiter les abus liés aux exonérations fiscales? Apparemment, il y a un problème de traduction. On m'écoute? OK. Donc, je disais comment limiter les exonérations fiscales, l'impact, en fait, les abus liés aux exonérations fiscales dans l'élaboration du système fiscal international. C'est ça ma question. Parce que nous, au Cameroun, nous nous rendons compte que ça impacte vraiment au niveau des recettes domestiques.
Si. Oui, monsieur.
Bonjour à tout le monde, je vais y aller très rapidement. Merci pour les deux très belles présentations et merci aussi au docteur Fadel Kabou pour la présentation, mais aussi pour l'effort continu que vous faites pour changer les narratifs et changer aussi les façons de faire qui éveillent beaucoup de monde. J'ai particulièrement apprécié le fait de dire et de mettre en avant que parfois, changer le système n'est pas forcément déconstruire le système colonial, mais peut-être construire un système parallèle. Et c'est pour ça que j'aimerais savoir quelles sont vos réflexions sur la ZLECAf, AFCFTA. Dans quelle mesure ça peut être un espace parallèle, justement, pour construire un système parallèle, justement, pour garantir une certaine indépendance et une construction d'une économie qui corresponde aux besoins des pays africains de manière générale. Mais surtout, lorsqu'on parle de réformer, de construire le système international, identifie clairement les cibles, quels sont les acteurs et comment il faut le faire. Quand il s'agit de créer cet espace panafricain-là, économique, de transformation économique, quels sont les acteurs qui doivent agir et comment ils doivent le faire et quand? Parce que s'il n'y a pas cette urgence-là, de l'autre côté, que ce soit la Chine, que ce soit l'Europe à travers le Global Gateway, ils sont en train déjà d'entamer des traités bilatéraux pour sécuriser les minéraux critiques et sécuriser plein d'autres ressources. Donc, qu'est-ce qui doit être fait ici et par qui et quand? Merci.
Merci. Le monsieur ou Amini. Amini.
شكرا. اوكي. أماني بن سكالي من مرصد تونسي للاقتصاد. عندي زوز أسئلة. السؤال الأول وهو في تكملة للسؤال التي تم طرحه الآن حول الاتفاقية الإفريقية حول التجارة. وإلى أي مدى يعني في علاقة الأسباب الغير مباشرة التي ذكرها الأستاذ فاضل في علاقة بتعطل هذه الهيكلة المالية العالمية وكيف إيجاد حلول لها. هل يمثل أو تمثل هذه الاتفاقية القارية حل للذهاب إلى فك الارتباط مع دول الشمال وتحقيق ما يعرف بالاندسترياليزاسيون أو التصنيع والذهاب إلى الصين بهذا المنوال الجديد، علما وأنه يخضع إلى نفس القواعد التي وضعتها منظمة التجارة العالمية، وهو كغيره من الاتفاقيات التجارة الحرة التي تخضع لهذه نفس القواعد ولنفس يعني الامتيازات التي تمنح للفاعلين على مستوى التجارة العالمية. السؤال الثاني موجه لأيزاك الذي تحدث خاصة عن المؤسسات أو الهياكل المتدخلة في على مستوى قانون الجباية الدولي. ذكر الإطار الأممي والمؤسسات الأممية، لكن عندي سؤال فيما يتعلق بالاتحاد الإفريقي. نعلم أن بين هياكل الاتحاد الإفريقي هناك الأوسيل أو الكوادي، c'est la Commission de l'Union africaine pour le droit international، أو لجنة الاتحاد الإفريقي للقانون الدولي. ونعلم أن هذه اللجنة هي تضع بعض النماذج للقوانين، ومن بينها وضعت نموذج للاتفاقيات الازدواجية الضريبية DTAs. كان هناك نموذج تعمل عليه الأوسيل. سؤالي ما هو دورها حاليا، وهل هي متدخلة في هذا الإطار الأممي عبر الاتحاد الإفريقي أم لا؟ إلى أي مدى يجب تفعيل دور هذا الهيكل في هذا الإطار إطار المناقشات وإطار وضع التداخل؟ شكرا.
شكرا أميني. أميني أعطي فوالا نختموا بالمداخلة هذه، المداخلة الأخيرة. تفضل.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentations, Isaac and Fadel. I have 3 questions. The first one is, can we get the presentations and some of the reference material? I think that would be important. All right. And then the second question is, Fadel, directly to you. There is an assumption that China might not view us as a threat, whereas we know that multipolar dynamics often manifest as adversarial relationships or an alignment of interests. I think it's important to ask what risks exist in this new dispensation, where both the East and the West are more adversarial than cooperative. And then the second part is, so what mitigation measures can be taken, both in the interim and the long term? And just to slightly elaborate on that last point, is there an ideological underpinning, or is this more ad hoc, reactionary, where we only grasp opportunities based on the poly crisis that exists, and therefore we are perpetually in survival mode, or just looking at, oh, this is our existential crisis, how do we then react to it? Because if that's the case, then it might also begin to explain why we are disadvantaged when we go into global negotiation platforms. That being said, so where should our energies be? And I think this goes directly to Isaac. Should we be focusing on the UN process, or should we turn our efforts to what Kenya, France, and Barbados are doing? Is this where we should be allocating our energies, or is it a process of let's have all our sort of energies in all the processes? And I think that might also explain what Francis was talking about. There are so many processes that are ongoing that we find ourselves sending military attaches to UN tax negotiations or whoever. Thank you very much. Yeah.
شكرا. المداخلة الأخيرة أمين ونختموا.
Merci. Merci d'abord pour les intervenants et pour la richesse de leurs interventions. Je voudrais aller assez rapidement droit au but. Je pose la question par rapport à la pertinence pour nous autres Africains d'établir des synergies avec l'autre pôle du Sud global qui est le continent sud-américain. Pour rappel, évidemment, je ne vous apprends rien en rappelant que dans l'ère du néolibéralisme, dans les 40 dernières années, ce continent sud-américain ou latino-américain globalement a été à l'avant-garde, ou a même été le seul endroit au monde où les chaînes du néolibéralisme ont pu être, dans une certaine mesure, rompues. Donc, dans quelle mesure, dans ce momentum très particulier que nous vivons actuellement sur le plan international, il est opportun, il est peut-être vital ou pas d'établir ces synergies avec l'autre pôle du Sud global? Merci.
شكرا. نخلي المجال للسادة المتدخلين للإجابة. تفضل سي فاضل. بعد Isaac, you want to go first?
Thank you. I'll take a few of the questions that I think are directed to me. Okay. So I think the first one comes from Monsieur from the Moroccan Human Rights Organization. And he had concerns on why we are focusing on the UN Tax Convention instead of us looking for an Africa-centered solution, because we'll probably waste time and then we will come back to the same problems. Did I get that right? Yeah, so I think that this is not a concern that is just peculiar to you. There's been sort of concerns raised that you have a UN process that is, driven largely by developing countries, the African group and the G77, large numbers, the OECD, the Global North, largely opposed to this process. And what they've been trying to do is just try to water down the effects. Can we just limit this to non-controversial, nice diplomatic conversations, capacity building, cooperation and stuff like that. And so what is going to happen is that whatever the outcome of that process is, they are not going to be signing up to it. So you negotiate, delay the process as much as they can. Once you have an outcome, they are not signing, they are not joining any of the protocols, and so they are not bound by them. It's supposed to be voluntary, so they will not be bound by it. What you have is a process that is done effectively by developing countries, the African group and the G77. So that then comes to something similar to what you're saying. And Africans can, global South countries agree on what they think will be good international tax rules or norms that will apply to them. I think the OECD are not going to go anywhere. They were established for a particular purpose. They are going to stick to their rules. And so in the next few, what we're going to have is a UN convention that is signed up to by Global South, and then we have the OECD rules. The solution probably lies in some compromise between these two ends, you know. And so what you said is not completely out of the reality or what might happen, but let's make it play out. I think it's a gradual process. At least now we've moved the decision making from the OECD exclusively to the UN. Let's see how this process, you know, unveils and the solution that we eventually arrive at. So yeah, good one there. Audrey from Cameroon had asked about tax holidays and how it affects, you know, the tax policy, but also the revenue mobilization efforts of countries, and what the solutions may be. Tax holidays, which falls under what we call tax expenditure, you know, the tax that a country could collect, but end up not collecting or giving it away, is an important conversation. The ECA, UN ECA has been working on this with countries. The AU has been working on this with countries. The TGNA, we have developed some sort of a toolkit that is supposed to help countries, you know, really appreciate how much revenue they are just giving away through some of these tax expenditures, tax holidays and reliefs and exemptions and so on and so forth that they're given. And one of the key recommendations is that we should get countries to report on it. So if these guys who have been given 10 years, 20 years tax holiday, if they were actually paying those taxes, how much revenue would they be paying or contributing to the country? We need these ones to be reported just as much as we report the actual taxes we collect. So it's clear, transparency. You report this, share it, publish it publicly, let people know the taxes you are collecting, the taxes you are giving away, and then that will then kickstart the conversation for countries to be able to, you know, really assess and determine whether those tax, you know, expenditures they are getting value for the money. You know, there's real value for those monies they are giving away. It's already been established that for investments, tax holidays doesn't have a direct correlation with investments. You can give it all away and the investments won't come anyways. Right. Yes, so the direct our efforts, right? Should be at New York, the UN Tax Convention. And so, yes, all these other initiatives, the International Tax Force, and the likes that are being come up, effectively they are distractions, right? Just to distract from the UN process. And as Dr. Fadel mentioned, all effort should be channeled at pushing every conversation that has to do with tax to be at the UN. Let's have all the conversation at the forum, at the place where everyone is there, everyone has a say, everyone has a vote, and then whatever we decide, we go. But of course, it is expected. The Global North will do whatever it takes to distract and disrupt that process, make sure it doesn't happen, or even if it's going to happen, delayed over a long time, water its effectiveness, and at the end of the day, they are not going to sign up to it. So we have to be very alert to this risk and work to, you know, always bring back the conversation to the appropriate room. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. I'll try to address some of the questions. I'll start maybe with the same question that Isaac just addressed about where to direct our efforts. Completely agree. The UN Tax Convention is where our efforts should be, but I must also caution that we should not ignore the International Tax Task Force, or whatever the new name is, because if it is in fact meant to be a distraction, then we should not ignore it. And if it's meant to produce policy options, we shouldn't ignore it either. So we're going to have to pay attention to all processes, whether it's the UN Tax Convention or these parallel efforts, including this task force. The question about foreign direct investment and incentivizing foreign direct investments with holidays. If you go back to the structural issues that I talked about, that we talk about in this report, we highlight that foreign direct investment is one of the most extractive sectors in the African continent, because this is manufacturing that imports capital, imports energy, imports intermediate components to be assembled with low-cost labor, imports packaging, produces low value added, and it's not building the building blocks of industrialization, development, and prosperity on the continent. It's manufacturing stuff for other people to consume. It's other people's industrial policies that assign a role for us to play. And what we do is we subsidize it and incentivize it and encourage it, instead of building the alternative, which is the industrial policy, Pan-African industrial policies. Why we insist on saying Pan-African industrial policies, not national industrial policies? Because no country on this continent can industrialize alone. It's just the economics doesn't work, because industrialization requires economies of scale. And economies of scale, we don't have them at the national level. We have them at the regional level, at the continental level. Economies of scale meaning when we manufacture a large volume of these units, the cost per unit goes down, the quality improves, the efficiency improves, and that's what you need for industrialization. But if we manufacture a small number of units because our internal market is small, then the cost is not going to work and the quality is not going to work. And good luck competing if we go to scale to compete with made in China, made in Turkey, made in Japan, made in everywhere. You can't compete. I'll give you the best example for industrial policies that we should think about, which is when Boeing used to dominate the global economy. There was no Airbus. For Airbus to be created, it had to be created as pan-European joint venture industrial policy. Not because France and Germany and England liked each other, because it was an economic and geopolitical necessity. Because individually, France alone couldn't create it, Germany alone couldn't create it. They had to partner with the complementarity of resources and capabilities, with the economies of scale that they have collectively, with a long-term political commitment to that industrial policy, and with pre-negotiated distribution of the value chain between the countries, of the job creation. Everything was pre-designed as a pan-European joint venture. That's the kind of industrialization we need to think about here. And we can outcompete anybody with the resources and capabilities and economies of scale that we have on this continent. So completely agree with you. Incentivizing FDI is pure extraction, and it's shooting ourselves in the foot. The questions about the free trade agreements from Amani and other colleagues here. Two related questions. One is the parallel system that we want to create. We have it on paper. We have Agenda 2063, right? It's on paper with an entire ecosystem that doesn't just include trading on the continent, but includes building the infrastructure, the industrial policy, the financial architecture that we need for an entire Pan-African ecosystem. How do we activate Agenda 2063 and actually build it? Right? That's what we're talking about in the report. And the activation within the African Union, our African Union that is financed to a large extent by external forces. Why would they finance the creation of a competitive Pan-African industrial policy, economic policy, and all of that, with all the resources and the potential that we have? I just mentioned the energy potential that we have to make OPEC look like child's play in the energy system and the geopolitical system. But with the resources that we have to actually industrialize, we are a real threat to the European Union, primarily, when we can be a real partner to the European Union. But unfortunately, they see us as a threat to be managed. And that's why they're not interested in even having a serious conversation about activating Agenda 2063. And I say this not because I make up conspiracy theories, because we know senior colleagues in the African Union who tell us that they don't want us actually to push for this agenda. They just want, nice meetings and summits. And we talk about Pan-African this and Pan-African that as, nice things we say to each other in meetings. But as I said earlier, Pan-Africanism is a geopolitical and economic necessity that will not be activated with declarations. It will be activated with real power, with geopolitical leverage. And that's why I presented that geopolitical bargain with China, which brings me to another question about this geopolitical bargain and a new multilateral system. Any geopolitical bargain of this kind is a threat to everybody, and including a new emerging multilateral system. So before you engage in these bargains, whether it's China, whether it's like walking into the lion's den. If you're not prepared, you get eaten alive by anybody, right? So it's incumbent upon us to prepare a bulletproof strategy before we go to anybody with any bargain. And related to that, the question about Latin America, absolutely. I didn't mention anything about Latin America today. I focused on this, but the work that my colleagues and I have been doing since we published this report is trying to actually move from the paper version of this report to the policy and advocacy space, trying to build a united front, not just Pan-African, but a united front of global South countries. Not all global South countries, but a critical mass. And I don't know if I should say unfortunately or fortunately, but the reality is that there's way more interest in Latin America than in Africa today in terms of political leadership. Brazil is ready to lead. Colombia is ready to join. Other Latin American countries are interested in following a critical mass of countries moving in this direction. And this is what they ask us as Africans. Say, who are the African leaders that we should engage with? Who will be our African partners on the other side to form this bloc? And I don't have an answer for them yet. We're still working on it. The likelihood, and I think this is related to a question, where will this work? I don't think it should be the African Union for reasons I just explained. I think we need to be strategic in going after particular countries with particular political leadership that has political courage, the guts to think and act differently, rather than look for the red carpets and G7 meetings and Washington, D.C. meetings. There are a few of those. And those are the countries what we should prioritize building this critical mass with. And I think you know who they are. Going back to the question about free trade area in Africa, having a very quote unquote successful free trade area on the continent without industrial policy, without agricultural policy, without energy policy, what are we trading with each other? We'll be importing things from abroad to the coastal countries on the continent and then selling to each other, collecting commissions to the main producers in the global north in China and Europe. So the free trade area on the continent without the rest of the ecosystem of actually producing and escaping the bottom of the value chain and decolonizing is just accelerating the extractive nature of the global trade system that my colleague was saying follows the same rules as the WTO. So that's not a process of decolonization. Thank you.
شكرا شكرا الناس الكل على الحضور وعلى التفاعل. انتهت جلستنا الأولى لليوم. ندعوكم الناس الكل استراحة غداء ونرجع بعد ساعة من الآن. شكرا.
تيست 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 تيست. فين خارج صوته ولا هنا؟ Yeah, yeah. It's okay. Okay, yes. Just we're gonna test. يعني نخرج برا.
Alors, oui, après l'accélération, j'ai beaucoup plus, j'ai plus d'influence que
Test, 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 test.
هكا تسمع فينا؟ تسمع؟
اخرج لبرا اخرج لبرا. صار انت ما خذيتهمش من هنا.
تسمع فينا هكا؟ عنده عنده تسمع فينا هكا؟ عنده
تقبليتك بليت. بليت شوفها ركعها.
تكلم في الميكرو ما في البي سي ترى. عنده كونيكسيون.
نورمالمون كيف جوست للكونيكسيون.
تسمع فيا هكا؟ عنده تيست. عنده
دبر راسك هذا هو كله باهي لنا. يا حمد شيء كونيكسيون سافا با ميتا جنب
الو الو.
تسمع فيا هكا؟ احنا نسمع فيك.
مريك اوكي.
Un, deux, test. Un, deux.
Hello.
Let me call someone who is working on it. Do not remove it. Hi, Leila. Can you hear me? Comme ça.
Hi, everyone.
I think there is a problem of echo. Hama, everything is said. Hmm? Little bit. Okay. We hope you had a good lunch, and we hope you are energized for the rest of the sessions of the day. We will start in 2 minutes time. We have a good program for the afternoon. Thank you for your patience. Starting for.
May I invite Honorable Chalabalala? So I am inviting you to wake up those people. I hope that the food was good. You enjoyed your meal? Did you?
Okay.
Good. So now we are in good mood. We need some more good energy. And here, our honorable here, she's the one who will bring us African good energy, good vibe to here. So please, I'll let you the floor.
So it's not nice to be African because you get tasked, but you don't get paid. May we all please stand. So North Africa, you will just follow the East and the South. Even the West will follow because it's more a Southern and East African thing.
Hello.
Let me just explain what you will be answering to. So Amandla means power. Awethu means to the people. So we are always reminding ourselves we stand on the power of the people. The rest is in English, so you will follow it. Amandla. Awethu. To the people. Amandla. 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 Long live Africa, long live. Long live Africa, long live. Long live the spirit of Bukiba who empowered the African Tunisian women. Long live. Long live the spirit of Agostino Neto. Long live. Long live the spirit of Thomas Sankara. Long live. Long live the spirit of Julius Nyerere. Long live. Long live the spirit of Kwame Nkrumah, the African uniter. Long live. Down with regressive taxation in Africa. Down. Forward to an Africa united under one tax regime. Forward. Down with poverty in Africa. Down. Forward to a prosperous Africa which is non-racial, non-sexist, non-homophobic, non-religious dividing, united under the Pan-African doctrine. Forward. Forward to a non-racial, united, non-sexist, non-homophobic, non-ethnic Africa. Forward. Forward to an Africa where members of parliament are united across party lines to end poverty in Africa. Forward. Forward to an Africa where members of parliament are united to bring the United Nations Tax Convention to Africa. Forward. Down with the divisive OECD framework. Down. Down with the OECD two-pillar. Down. Forward to the United Nations Tax Convention. Forward. All Africa united under the United Nations Tax Convention. Forward. Long live the fighting spirit of African women. Long live. Long live the spirit of Neanda Nyagasigana who fought against British colonization in Zimbabwe. Forward. Forward to the spirit of the one-eyed Queen Amanirenas of Nubia who fought against Emperor Augustus and hailed him to a stalemated war. Forward. Forward to the panther spirit of Saronia Mango, who shapeshifted into a panther to avoid being guillotined by the French for fighting for the Azna people. Forward. Forward to the spirit of Ya Asantewa, who fought against British colonialism in Ghana. Forward. forward with the spirit of Vita Kimpa, who fought against Catholicism, forced Catholicism in Congo with a K, forward. Forward to the spirit of Winnie Madikizela Mandela, the icon of the anti-apartheid struggle, forward. Forward to the spirit of Mujaji 1 and Mujaji 2, the founders of the only surviving Rain Kingdom and the matriarchy in Southern Africa, forward. Forward to the spirit of Ioba Idia, the hidden Oba of Benin, forward. Amandla, Amandla, down with patriarchy in Africa, down. Down with patriarchy in Africa, down. Rise, African women, rise. Amandla, Amandla, Amandla. Long live the spirit of the United Nations Tax Convention, long live. Forward to the UN Tax Convention, forward. Amandla.
Thank you very much. We are very grateful for you, for this beautiful ways forward. I welcome you again for the session of the afternoon. This morning, our colleagues, Francis, Isaac, and Fadel, laid the ground of why we should reform global and financial architecture, including global tax architecture. Who are the key institutions and what are the key processes? What is the participation of African countries in these processes, and how these processes may distract African countries from a more inclusive and an opportunity of a more progressive process that is taking place now in the United Nations. We have been through our first session of substantial negotiation in May, and now we are preparing for a second substantial negotiation that is in end July. Our session in the afternoon will be composed of 4 presentations with brilliant minds. We will start with Dr. Leila Latif, who will walk us through what is this UN convention, what are the TORs of this convention, and what are the way forwards for this convention as an opportunities. We will be also joined by Sabrine Marcit from our IBFD, which will present the impacts of the two-pillar solution on Africa. We will be also joined by our friend from South Africa and representing the CESR, Center for Economic and Social Rights, who will walk us through the relationship between domestic revenue mobilization and human rights, and how the OECD also may impact human rights in its gender and racial dimensions, and how civil society can be active in promoting and pushing through more radical dispositions to be taken within the UN Framework Convention, we hope. And we will end the day with Ismail Zulu, who will walk us through what civil society can bring to this process. I am very happy to welcome Dr. Leila with us through Zoom. Unfortunately, because of visa problems, she wasn't able to join us physically today. And we remember that visa also is a colonial boundary and barrier, and down with visas. Our friends in the technical, are we good? Dr. Leila is here. Perfect. So I will just say a few words to present Dr. Leila. Dr. Leila is an advocate of the courts of Kenya, specialized in corporate tax and transactions law. She has a PhD in wealth tax and financing public health from the UK, and she has been in leading conversations at the edge of talking about how important is reforming the tax architecture is Dr. Leila. Without making you wait more, please come in. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm loud and clear. I suppose I am. Okay. It's really unfortunate I couldn't be there in person. I've already seen so many familiar faces, and it's such a shame that we're not really engaging in person. But hopefully the discussion here today will get us through some really good issues going forward.
Dr. Leila, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there is a the sound is parasited, so maybe we do a small test. How can we handle this technical team?
Sorry.
Are there any possibilities? I give you back the floor, Dr. Leila, to carry forward.
Okay, maybe if I switch off my video, you might be able to hear me clearly. Is it better?
Yes, it is much better.
Okay, I think it's just the video issues. All right, so I probably like to start with thanking all of you for this great opportunity to discuss my ideas and observations with you on a topic that is now so central to standing up for decolonizing international taxation and also disinheriting a tax architecture that, you know, in the books of accounts just looks like bad debt, money that could be yours, but you've lost it, hey? So in my discussion today, with respect to transforming the international tax architecture by looking at the United Nations Framework Convention for International Tax Cooperation, I actually want to, I want to approach this discussion by focusing on three main questions. And this is the what, the why, and the how. So what are we transforming? Why do we want the transformation? And how do we go about it? So if we're going to start off with the question of the what, right? What are we transforming? So in my estimation, I would propose three things. We want to transform the taxing rights. We want to transform the decision-making rights. And we also want to transform international cooperation, because none of these three things are actually working out for developing countries. So when it comes to the question of taxing rights, it's basically the question on who gets to tax what. Like, that's always been the main question. Here we have to transform. And what are we transforming? We're transforming, or we need to transform the existing asymmetries and to correct them. We have to identify new sourcing rights and claim them. So for the existing asymmetries, we only have to look at the imbalance Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 bring in. And for the new sourcing rights, we've really got to start thinking of digital taxation, the taxation of the high net worth individuals, and also critically imposing a data tax. So when it comes to transforming decision-making rights, we need this to be based on equality and democracy, which is the rule of the majority. So the UN seems a better suited democratic platform than the regionally set up body that is aiming to make tax universal in terms of the norms, right? So when we think about international cooperation, I find that the transformation has to take shape from shifting two approaches to business. And let me explain this, right? So the first approach to international tax cooperation is that we need to end the enabling environment for tax-related illicit financial flows, tax-based erosion, and tax minimization strategies that are legally permissible under certain tax laws and jurisdictions, but the cumulative effect often results in tax-based erosion. Now, this leads to my second approach, which is to address the misalignment between this legality and ethical responsibility by redressing corporate local or corporate social responsibility to actually include fair tax practices. And we can do this by getting companies to view tax as an investment in social infrastructure rather than a cost to be minimized. So we need to really rethink our Income Tax Act, because many of our income tax acts allow for, deductions and exemptions and incentives, all for the purposes of reducing tax liability. Is this really necessary? Because if you go back and look at the colonial construction of the tax system, all these tax minimization strategies were actually given to the foreigners who are coming into the African countries to set up businesses. It was an incentive for them, for the foreigners, for the British imperialists, for the French colonialists to come into African countries for purposes of setting up their businesses. In other words, some farmers in the UK were being given some sort of incentive to say, come to Africa, come to Kenya, we're going to give you a piece of land and you're going to till that land for us and we're going to use your crops and, import them back into the UK. And that's going to help us with our economic growth. And in return, we're going to give you all these tax exemptions. So that's always been the philosophy behind tax policy making, which really, if we're talking about, Viva Africa, we want to decolonize this entire construction of tax, then we've got to start by really re-looking at these norms going forward. And then there's the aspect of the why. Yeah. So now, this is a very precise issue. The why do we need to transform global tax architecture, right? That why needs to be critically addressed. Now, if I pose this question to you, and Honorable Shabalala is also there, Sabrine is there, each one of you are going to give me many reasons from, the colonial undertone of the tax system and the design of the tax treaties, the different power imbalances we're seeing, the technical and knowledge dependence on foreign expertise that actually guards its own business interests, right? So we've got all these clear reasonings as to why we want to transform the global tax architecture. But the why for me currently is around what I see as problems around judicial capture, and then the Pillar 2 subject to tax rule, and very critically is artificial intelligence and its impact alongside data. So these three whys for me are in addition to all your views on the why the international tax architecture is broken and it needs fixing. So in terms of the judicial capture, there's a lot of research that is now coming out, which is basically telling us that the OECD is deliberately undermining judicial independence by influencing the Court of Justice of the European Union to use terms very similar to those in its BEPS project when ruling on tax avoidance cases. And this has happened in a lot of Danish cases as well as German cases, and to some extent UK as well. So this has been evident in some European case law that has been pointed out in the Intertax Journal, and I can share the link for you to read. What we are seeing from the Danish and German cases is that the court's language is beginning to closely mirror OECD terminology. Now, by orchestrating this alignment between the court's position and OECD standards, the OECD is effectively dictating judicial outcomes, right? So this calculated move, it curtails judicial independence. It forces the judiciary to implement OECD political ideas rather than upholding their duty to deliver impartial justice. Now, the way I see this, it's OECD's manipulation of legal language, which happens to be a direct assault on the integrity of the judicial process. It compromises the court's ability to make independent rulings in international tax matters. And I think if there are lawyers in the room, they're going to have to agree with me on this. And this infiltration of the OECD terminology and concepts from the BEPS project into the Court of Justice of the EU, especially when they're dealing with tax avoidance rulings, it represents a concerning erosion of judicial independence. So if we're seeing courts adopt OECD influenced language and reasoning, they are creating precedents that embed these politically driven concepts into legal doctrine. So are we really going to break away from, the colonization of tax if the legal doctrine is being now pressured to accept as precedent some of these OECD terminology, right? So we need to be able to stifle this OECD-centric view of international taxation and bring about these alternative perspectives and approaches. So to break free from this defeatist trajectory, we have to urgently transform the international tax architecture. The OECD's outsized influence has always led to an iterative, piecemeal approach that, we all agree has failed to address fundamental systemic issues. So with the UN, what we're seeing is a future in terms of a truly independent, globally representative body to develop a more equitable and effective international tax framework. Then the other why for me is the subject to tax rule, right? Now, this STTR is basically a Pillar 2 global minimum tax package. The reason it was introduced, it was basically as a measure to benefit developing countries by allowing them to impose a top-up tax on certain payments made to related entities in other jurisdictions. Now, this STTR, it applies to specific categories of payments, I think which includes interest, royalties, and certain service fees. And when these payments are subject to a nominal tax rate below 9% in the recipient country. So the STTR, as a background, it has been presented as a tool to protect developing countries' tax bases from erosion and to restore some taxing rights relinquished in tax treaties. So on the face of it, it looks very good. It's like, this is good for developing countries. That's what the argument is going to be, because it's portrayed as a simple targeted measure that would generate additional revenue and address issues like treaty shopping. Now, if you truly closely examine the STTR, honestly, there are significant limitations and complexities that undermine its purported benefits for developing countries. And I'll tell you, at least I'll give you 3 points. And the first one is that the STTR scope is very narrow. It applies only to specific covered income, items that are paid between connected entities, and exclusively when the recipient country's adjusted tax rate falls below 9%. And then its application is further restricted by the high de minimis thresholds and an 8.5% markup threshold for certain payments. Also, the STTR's implementation, it kind of presents a substantial administrative burden for developing countries, which requires, complex calculations and monitoring systems that may exceed our tax system's current capacities because, hey, we haven't even figured out what to do with the common reporting standards or even exchange of information. So how are we going to deal with STTR? And the potential revenue gains from the STTR are likely to also be very minimal and uncertain, right? So developed countries can easily also circumvent the rule by ensuring their tax rates on covered payments meet the 9% threshold. So one key thing that flags out to me is that the commitment to include the STTR in treaties is non-binding. So what's its use, right? And its application is conditional on both the developing country's request and the treaty partner's agreement. And the STTR can even be suspended if a country's economic status changes. So while it is packaged as something good for developing countries and African countries, it's actually not really conducive for anything. So it also seems the case, right, that the STTR's design, it disproportionately will benefit countries with treaties following the OECD model over those that are adhering to the UN model. And this is going to enhance or exacerbate existing inequities. Now, given what I've explained, right, the STTR is just a highly dramatized illusion of increased taxing rights that offers little tangible benefit to developing countries while potentially imposing significant costs and administrative burdens. So rather than addressing fundamental issues in the international tax architecture, the STTR, as it is being packaged as something very good, it represents a limited piecemeal approach that honestly falls short of any meaningful reform. So we need to really go back and ask ourselves, what do we want for the terms of reference that the ad hoc committee is drafting to think of, right? We can't just, duplicate existing Pillar 2 propositions that some people are saying are good and some countries are looking forward to start implementing. Now, the very exciting part is artificial intelligence. Okay, and this is my favorite. So I've really been thinking a lot about this. And, AI is rapidly advancing. The increasing importance of data in our global economy is also something we really have to focus on, since it has created a new landscape that our current tax systems are very, very ill-equipped to handle. So why artificial intelligence, right? That is the question that I have also been grappling with. Why should artificial intelligence feature as part of the work that the ad hoc intergovernmental committee will be doing on drafting the TORs? So I kind of came up with this six-ish points. First, AI has fundamentally changed how businesses create value. We are seeing a decoupling of value creation from physical presence. A company can now generate significant profits in a country without ever setting foot there. And our current tax rules that are based on physical presence are simply not fit for this new reality. And I think this is a point we all understand because we've been reiterating that since time immemorial. Then second, the AI value chain is incredibly complex and fragmented across multiple jurisdictions. You can have research that happens in one country, the data processing is taking place in another country, and the algorithm development is happening in a third state. Now, this makes it extremely difficult to determine where value is actually created and how profits should be fairly allocated for tax purposes. Then, we're actually facing a new form of digital colonialism. We've got these large tech companies that are predominantly from the global north, and they're extracting valuable data and insights from the global south. This knowledge predation, as some scholars, call it, allows these companies to concentrate immense wealth and intellectual property in low tax jurisdictions, while the countries providing the raw material, the data, see very little benefit. And then our existing international tax framework under the, BEPS project, while valuable to some extent, was never designed with the complexities of AI and data in mind. They're simply not adequate for addressing the unique challenges that are being posed by a number of these data-driven business models. And importantly, in the regime of intangibles, right, we're also seeing a concentration of AI-related intellectual property in the hands of a few powerful actors. And now this really skews the distribution of profits and makes it incredibly difficult for countries in the global south to capture a fair share of the value that is created within their borders. And finally, we've also got to really think critically of the issue of data itself. How do we value data? How do we tax its use? Currently, data is often, treated as a free resource with little consideration for the rights and interests of individuals and communities from whom it's collected. So when we think about the OECD's Pillar 1 proposal, while it is a step in the right direction, to some extent, it falls short on many important themes. Its high thresholds mean it only applies to a handful of the largest companies, which fails to address the broader impact of AI on the global economy. So in as much as I've talked a little bit about AI and the value that it holds, I think it's better addressed when we look at the case of Tunisia to better understand how much money is swimming about and potentially untaxed. And if it is taxed, it's not being taxed by the countries where the users are generating value for these companies. So I just want to give you an example of Facebook, right? So what you're going to see here is that Facebook in the year 2010 reported its revenue at 1.97 billion, and out of which it made a profit of 37 million. Now, 2015, a rise in revenue. 2020, significant rise in revenue. 2023, it's 135 billion US dollars that it's generated in revenue, of which it's claiming that it's only made 39 billion in profits. So this is what is subject to tax. Now, we've got 9.96 million internet users in Tunisia, of whom 7.10 million Tunisians are on Facebook. So all these people, 7 million, to some extent, have generated this revenue that Facebook has actually been able to earn. Now, is the Tunisian government being able to tax any amount of this profit? Well, absolutely not, because we don't have any tax rule at the international level that will allow the Tunisian government to tax some of these profits because of what the 7.1 million Tunisians have generated for Facebook. Same logic applies to ChatGPT, and same logic applies to WhatsApp. We're seeing all this particular revenue that these companies are collecting, especially for ChatGPT. ChatGPT, though it has its tax residency in the US, it's not even paying any tax in the US. So out of its 100 million subscribers, of whom maybe part of this 9.96 million Tunisians are, that has helped ChatGPT, OpenAI generate 1.6 billion, why isn't there a formulary apportionment to decide how much of this revenue or this profit that these large digital tech companies are making can be taxed by the country where the users are participating in the development of this money, right? So this is very important. It's really, really key. This is what the ad hoc intergovernmental committee really needs to discuss in terms of designing the principles and the substantive content on what do we need to do to be able to tax this sort of data. And then the third question that I had, right? It was about the what, the why, and then the how. So now I turn to address the question of how do we go about this transformation? And there's always two approaches. There's the practical approach, which is the engagement we are having right now, right? To identify the sort of themes we want global tax discourse to think about and how to transform the tax architecture. There's also the practical side of participating at the meetings of the ad hoc committee and also the collective movement of civil society in raising awareness and jointly pushing for common positions. But there's also the normative aspects, which are very important. And this normative aspects is what should really go into the drafting of the terms of reference. So if you ask me, I would practically say the first thing is that we need new rules, and we need new rules on tax adjudication, right? And these new rules are simply to prohibit the use of language or concepts from any single organization like the OECD as definitive in judicial interpretation. And then we also need new rules on taxing norms. We need a meaningful minimum tax, not the 15%, right? Because it's not truly effective and it can be easily circumvented. We do not want duplication by accepting agreed OECD standards, especially since some countries will be implementing Pillar 2. Rather, we want to strengthen the taxing rights of source countries more definitely, rather than just allowing a limited top-up. So let's assume, let's think of setting up a minimum withholding tax, for example, for a broad range of cross-border payments like 15 to 20%, which source countries can impose regardless of treaty provisions. Another thing regarding norms, there is this new kid on the block that everybody is parroting about, progressive taxation. Can we think of including a tiered minimum tax rate that increases with global revenue? So, for example, what you see in this box here is just my thinking, right? It's not data I've picked up from anywhere. It's just hypothetical. So, for example, we can think about putting up a progressive tax that starts at 15% for all companies, multinational corporations, digital companies that make revenue up to 100 million. Or then we can think about increasing it to 20% of revenue up to 500 million per year. And for those companies who generate revenue over $1 billion to impose a 25% tax. So even the global minimum tax, if we agree, let it be progressive, right? So we're not just stuck with 15%. It could be 15, and then it goes all the way up to even 25 or even 30%. So looking at this tiered minimum tax rate at a progressive level, we can say that let's apply the same principle to tech giants based on their progressive rates, based on their global digital revenue. Let's also say we apply the same principle to taxing high net worth individuals, as already the draft TORs recognize that it's important to tax the wealthy going forward. Now, as I was preparing for this presentation today, I also thought of discussing the exit tax with you, as this is something that flagged out to me when I was supporting the Eswatini Revenue Service think about how they can broaden their tax base, right? So for those of you who are not familiar with an exit tax, it is a tax which is imposed by a country when an individual or a company who is not considered a tax resident decides to leave that country and become a tax resident elsewhere. So it applies to unrealized capital gains on assets that have appreciated in value during the taxpayer's period of residency. Now, the OECD tax treaty, the Model Tax Convention, it does not specifically address exit taxes. But some of us may argue and say, Article 13, which is the capital gains tax part of the OECD model, is often interpreted to cover exit taxes, right? So I looked at the commentary on Article 13, and it briefly discusses the issue of exit taxes in the context of timing mismatches between countries. But the OECD model does not provide a comprehensive framework for handling exit taxes. And this lack of explicit treatment has led to varying interpretations and approaches among countries. So on the question of how can we influence global tax discourse is by getting the UN Tax Convention to address exit taxes. And how should the UN do this, right? It should do this by establishing a set of guiding principles and implementation standards to ensure a fair and consistent approach across countries. And the draft TORs, maybe that would be a starting point, should begin by recognizing exit taxes as a legitimate tool for countries to protect their tax base while balancing this with the need to prevent double taxation and maintain economic efficiency. So if we're going to be thinking about what are the key terms then that we can advocate for the ad hoc committee to include in the TORs, then we can say that, okay, let the convention start by first defining exit taxes clearly, because I really don't see a clear definition of this in different bilateral tax treaties that are, discussed between different countries, or even in the commentary of the OECD model. So yeah, so the convention should definitely start to define exit taxes clearly, establishing that they apply to unrealized gains on assets when a taxpayer changes tax residency. It should also specify that both individuals and corporations can be subject to these taxes, but with appropriate thresholds to avoid undue burden on smaller taxpayers or those making temporary moves. A key principle should be the fair valuation of assets at the time of exit. And then the convention could also provide guidelines for valuation methods, particularly for complex assets like intellectual property and even unlisted securities. Think about non-fungible, tokens, digital currencies as well. I mean, Bitcoin started off as, a very little amount, and then, over the years, it has significantly increased its value. So we need to also think about these capital gains tax going forward as a form of exit taxes. We should address the timing issue. We need to specify when the tax liability is going to be triggered and when payment is going to be due.
Dr. Leila, we are losing you.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Is that okay now?
Is your yes, it's better now.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
did you
So,
get to hear the presentation?
so we're at the key principle.
Sorry. It's your embassy's fault. They didn't give me the visa, so we've got to struggle now. So anyway, I think that's what we really need to think about in terms of the exit taxes. It's really critical, and I don't think there's a discussion on this that is currently taking place at the ad hoc intergovernmental committee level, and I think we really need to bring this out. And of course, I'm about to finish now. So the favorite part of mine is always to think about new rules that are going to guide the taxation of artificial intelligence. So what we need is a comprehensive approach that goes beyond the tax limitations we are seeing around digital taxation. We really need to have new international tax rules and cooperation mechanisms that are specifically tailored to the realities of, all our AI-driven economy. And this is where the UN Tax Convention comes in. Through this convention, I believe that we have the opportunity to develop new nexus and profit allocation rules that take into account the unique characteristics of AI and data. We can think of asking for the development of concepts like AI-enabled permanent establishment, what you see here on the first part, this one here. We can think about this permanent establishment could actually include user base, data collection, and AI deployment as factors which can help a country to establish that a particular company has a taxable presence in its jurisdiction. We can think about asking the ad hoc committee to create formula that considers data inputs, user engagement, and AI deployment in profit attribution. We also need methods, and we can ask the committee to develop these methods with which we can value data, right? So even for transfer pricing, we've got arm's length, market value. So for AI, we should also have similar methods to value data and AI contributions to the value chain. We've got to also think of extending the country by country reporting to include data on artificial intelligence deployment, data collection, and processing activities. I really want to go on and on, but a final consideration is to have a global minimum tax specifically for income that is derived from artificial intelligence and data-driven activities. I believe we need to have a separation of these, multinational corporations that provide digital platforms, but also AI in itself as a unique business model, which is distinct from some of these platforms. So let's think of establishing global standards for the valuation and taxation of intangible assets like AI algorithms and data sets. Now, what I've done is that I've written a very short paper on my thoughts around AI and discussing the formation of new tax rules around it. This is the link that takes you to the Tax Notes article if you're interested. But if you're not interested in reading, I also have like a one-on-one discussion with an interviewer looking at how do we really get to tax AI and what aspects of AI do we need to tax and what are we really overlooking in terms of designing an AI tax policy. So this YouTube link will take you to about a 10-minute video where I try and explain some of these things going forward. So I think, yeah, I'm going to stop here and I want to hear of your thoughts now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leila. Maybe we will take a round of 3 questions and then we will have Ohini join us on the panel to continue for the second presentation. Anyone wants to interact with this presentation?
Or even disagree, that's going to be okay.
Good afternoon, Laila. Great to hear your presentation. My name is Robert, and I was just very interested in your thinking around AI and making the essential linkages to taxation. Would you characterize AI as a final product or as a tool that allows for the development of other products? And in that sense, then if you're looking at AI as a tool that enhances efficiency and productivity, then are you not taxing, for example, the computer or the app instead of what the actual tool can deliver? And therefore, I feel like sometimes we might get caught up in innovation and what's happening right now, but then we sort of lose track of what are the fundamentals, what's the basic, why shouldn't we then start engaging with what that final product looks like and be able to leverage the taxes? Because then you could go back several steps backwards, because then you would get caught up in conversations of IP, in the infrastructure, the development of the specific chips, like that power AI and makes it more util. And therefore, I'm a little interested to get your thoughts on where would you place AI, especially in the tax conversation. Thanks.
Thanks, Leila. I think you have been very clear in showing us that we need to transform the international tax system and that the UN Tax Convention is that vehicle to do it. Now, I'm a very practical person. Maybe I spent too many years in the military. So yeah, if I see this is sense, I ask, okay, I need to jump here. How high? What are we going to do? Because even in this room that we are sitting in now as CSOs, we are not in full agreement if we want to sit down with the OECD and put all our eggs under the basket of the UN Tax Convention, because some people still say, oh, there's so much work that was done under the OECD thing. You can't just throw it away. You know, you can't be absent from that process because they'll make decisions without you. I think they're making them anyway, because I think before they come to the actual OECD meeting, they've had a meeting behind the meeting. You know, that's why they come with a common agenda. So what are we going to do to get Africans to truly just dump the OECD like we dumped colonialism? Like we united in the 60s and we all with one voice said, down with colonialism. In your experience, what needs to be done? Because I'm there. I'm tired of being explained to what's the OECD. I just don't want it. It needs to go.
No, I hear you. I hear you. I think the most radical shift would be that, countries just decide to stop negotiating tax treaties, stop negotiating investment agreements, and simply go on to say that if you want to trade with us, if you want to come and do business in our country, these are our terms. Take it and leave it. This is our tax system. This is how we're going to tax the residents, and this is how we're going to tax source. Sorry, I'm just reacting immediately, but I know there are more questions. But I think that's what I would, if I was president, that's what I would do. But it does. The world trade system doesn't work like that, unfortunately, right? So it's about negotiation. It's about coming with common positions. The Africa Union has to take leadership in trying to even come up with what should be the tax design for the entire continent going forward. What should be our global minimum tax going forward? How are we supposed to think about permanent establishment going forward? So it's a real discussion that has to start from the sketch. Is there a question, or should I answer Robert now?
There's a question here.
Yes.
Thanks for your presentation, Dr. Leila. I just wanted to pick your mind on the issue.
I can't hear. Sorry. Hello?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Leila. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Very good. So I wanted to pick your thoughts around the question of tax and wealth, especially in Africa, given that our wealthy individuals are already departing from the continent. You know, there's this report that of our Africa's about 54 African-born billionaires, only 21 of them are on the continent. And in the last 10 years, we've lost about 18,000 millionaires who have left the continent for better sort of, even without wealth taxation and stuff like that. How do you think the continent will be competing if we introduce this sort of taxes on our wealthy sort of section of society? And just to link that also with the concept of exit taxes, do you think that we should probably be taxing these guys as at the point they are trying to leave? How does that work with the idea of exit taxes?
I think we're taking one more question, and then due to the Russian time, we need to go to the next presentation. So please, our last question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leila. I would like to, it's actually a contribution. I really listened to you keenly, and I believe that your view about AI can be mainstream in an ongoing study that is being developed and led by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, a study on AI and its impact on human rights. And also that study is led by the same working group that has been addressing issues of illicit financial flows in extractive industries, actually. So I think there is definitely some synergy to be explored around AI, human rights, and taxation. So it's just my contribution. Thank you.
Fantastic. May I respond?
Yes, please, Dr. Leila.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So, Robert, you raised a very important question, and I think that's a question that many of us are still really trying to grapple with in the conceptual definition of what truly is AI, right? And there's this incredible book by Mustafa Suleyman where he talks about the coming wave. And in this particular book, he's really going on to tackle issues about the different ways in which AI is being conceptualized, and that we're failing to understand the different streams or the spheres through which AI is developing, and whether it's really a tool, a hardware, a software, or actually an entity. So I think as we're still trying to frame our minds around this, the question is, right, artificial intelligence, it refers to computer systems that can perform tasks that, you know, typically require human intelligence. We're thinking about visual perception, speech recognition, decision-making, language translation. And these AI systems can be designed to learn and adapt based on the data they process. So as we talk about the taxation of AI, we're not really looking at the taxation of AI as a tool, but we're looking at the taxation of AI as a data processor, right? And this is the entire logic about algorithmic colonization that's taking place. Data happens to be the new fuel. And this data can only be leveraged when you have a really strong AI platform, whether we want to call it a software, hardware, a tool, a machine, I don't know. But it's the AI that's actually combusting into this data, generating this data, using this data to understand economies, and then changing behavioral patterns for consumers, and then designing digital products or even physical products for sale. And all that design of targeting the market, targeting consumers, they're able to do that because of the data they collect. And that data is being centralized by, you know, algorithmic layering, right? So our question here is, what are we then supposed to tax, right? We need to think about, is this a digital business model that should be subject to taxation? We're already seeing digital business models are subject to indirect forms of taxation, not really direct form of taxation. So we're talking about excise taxes, digital service taxes, VAT. But that taxes the platform. It taxes the company that's actually providing that platform on the basis of its digital enhancement. But what about the creators of artificial intelligence? And when artificial intelligence itself, if we're looking at it not as a tool, but as an asset, right? Depending on how it is being used and how it is being developed by a business to improve products, to improve services, to improve internal processes, the kind of costs associated with implementing and maintaining the AI systems, you know, all this are usually being typically treated as business expenses and are tax deductible. But what we're saying is that if we draw out AI, you know, away from treating it as a business expense, but treating it as a model that can be designed to have its own specific form of taxation, then we are able to then also counteract some of these problems we're having with Pillar 1 discussions, where we're failing to agree on what really should be captured in terms of the value generation, in terms of user engagement, in terms of processing and deployment. So I would want us to have like a deeper conceptual conversation around this to really unpack what do we mean by AI and how do we really want to think about designing an AI taxation policy going forward. There are recent discussions and there are already some authors who are coming to now look into alienating AI from the business and looking at AI in itself as a business entity that should be subject to taxation. So I think we need more thinking around that. What I presented was basically my thinking around, you know, tax the damn thing, because it's causing a lot of data leakages, and some of this data is being commercialized, is being monetized, is generating value for ChatGPT so that it can generate up to 1.6 billion in 2023. So if we really try and silo digital business models and we silo artificial intelligence as the father of all this design, then we should be able to think about how we can tax it going forward. I don't know if you agree with me or you disagree with me, but I would love to have more of this conversation so that we get to a common understanding about, you know, do we really stand correct in terms of designing a tax policy that's suitable only for the purposes of taxing AI, or should we just think about taxing AI-generated income, which would make more logical sense because that's the sort of, you know, conceptualization we are more used to, because AI is advanced, it's autonomous, and basically even the discussions around, I think Pillar 1 would move towards how do we tax some of this income that is generated not by existing entities, but by AI-driven entities going forward. So not to belabor the point, I'd love to have this engagement going forward, but I do hope that I've given some sort of just a rationale to the question that you asked. On the question on wealth taxes, I'm sorry, I didn't get to hear your question very clearly, but I think you were saying something about some of the wealthy from the continent when they move abroad. What does that mean for tax base erosion on the continent? Is that a good summary, or is that just me not having understood it well? Sorry.
Thank you very much. It was a very good summary.
Yeah, okay. So the discussions around wealth taxation, well, the draft TORs have mentioned that we really need to think about taxing the wealthy. Now, the approach has to take a global approach. It also has to take a local approach. We've got our own local millionaires, dollar millionaires and billionaires, like you say, and some of them have stocked their wealth offshore, and they only bring it when needed, when, you know, the environment is clear for them to be able to bring it in without really having that money taxed. And they usually do this during the point at which our governments provide this voluntary tax disclosure programs. So if we're going to be thinking about imposing a wealth tax, we need to think about it as who are the global wealthy who have been earning their income as a matter of the value chains that they have networked through their global activities. So for those particular individuals, we need to think about having a global wealth tax fund, similar to the loss and, you know, damage fund that the climate activists have been always talking about. So Bill Gates, sorry. Yes?
I will ask you please to wrap up because we're running out of time
I'm sorry.
for other
Okay, so
presentation.
I'm
I
sorry.
apologize. Thank
No, I
you.
apologize. I have a tendency to just ramble on, but I do understand. So two perspectives. A global wealth fund that's going to tackle the billionaires who have profited from activities that they have been drawing value generation from, all the world, all over. And the second thing is to also think about taxing our local millionaires, our local dollar millionaires, as well as, in our own currency. And for that, we really need to think about coming up with a different sort of a threshold that's going to be able to get us to tax their wealth. So I'll only ask you to look at the examples of Uganda and currently the example of Burundi, who have now set out to kind of tax the high net worth individuals who are of their local origins. So because I've been rushed for time, I'll just leave it here. I'm happy to engage with you on email or even on Twitter to carry on the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leila, for your insightful remarks. Just to highlight that Tunisia has introduced a digital tax a few years ago in one of the finance bills, but it has never been implemented, and we have seen how much we are losing these days. And while we are struggling in generating foreign currency and generating resources to promote development here, so this is why it's very important that today we talk about digital taxation, but we talk about it in the terms that are profitable for Africa. And we believe that tomorrow we will have, during the workshops with some of you, conversation on how we can plan for actions together to arrive to common positions and push forward for this during the UN tax framework convention negotiations that are coming in July, we hope. I will invite you for a coffee, and then I will invite you for a coffee for 20 minutes, and then we resume our session, our final session, with Ohini, Sabrine, and Ishmael to close the day. Does that work for you? Thank you. Yalla, let's go.
So the idea of a rights-based economy is an economy in which the purpose of the economy is to secure a dignified life for all within planetary boundaries. We could also think of it as thinking of the purpose of the economy to guarantee the material, social, and environmental conditions necessary for all people to live with dignity on a flourishing planet. And so the rights-based economy, or RBE, as I'll call it from now on, is the idea of an economy which is not based on consumption, the endless pursuits of economic growth, and profit, but rather an economy that serves people and planet. So there are 5 pillars of the RBE, which you can see there, but I'd just like to highlight 2, given the discussion that we had today. So namely, tackling power imbalances in the economy and democratizing and decolonizing the global economy. So you might ask the question of how human rights relate to fiscal justice, and what do human rights do that might make them helpful in debates around fiscal policy? So firstly, human rights provide a lingua franca of justice. This is because human rights treaties have been signed by the majority of the world's nations, and they therefore provide common and universal principles and normative values. And more than that, human rights principles are actually create binding obligations on states. So it's not optional for states to comply with human rights guarantees, and human rights guarantees are more than political demands, but they actually create binding obligations on states. And what's important about this is because in neoliberal economics, ideas around people's access to important goods such as healthcare, water, education, and food are usually left to the whims of the market and left to the whims of politicians. Whereas under a human rights or rights-based economy, these are regarded as non-negotiables that states must budget for. Secondly, human rights provide a better purpose or objective for fiscal policy. So under a rights-based economy frame, the purpose of fiscal policy and the purpose in the context of a UNTC, an international tax cooperation, should be to guarantee and realize and resource human rights. And this includes a full range of human rights. This is why in our submission at CESR, along with the Initiative for Fiscal Policy, we said that the realization and resourcing of human rights, the promotion of sustainable development, and addressing the climate emergency should be at the forefront of the UNTC. Third, human rights enable a more redistributive fiscal policy. So why do I say that? That's because we have massive amounts of inequality, and that's inequality between the global north and global south, as we've discussed a lot today, as well as inequality between marginalized groups within society. And so when we think of the principles or rights to equality and non-discrimination, this would then mean that we need to eradicate systems, policies, and practices which are rooted in historic legacies such as colonialism, apartheid, and slavery, as well as patriarchy, which remain undealt with today. And guarantees of equality and non-discrimination point to the need for important tax reforms, things like wealth taxes, things like progressive taxation, and so on. And then I'll touch lastly, since in the interest of time, on the importance of reparations. So many would probably think that reparations are merely a political demand, a demand for the historic injustices of slavery and colonialism to be dealt with, and for global north countries to compensate global south countries. But these are also rooted in human rights principles, specifically ideas around restitution, compensation, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition. And several UN human rights mechanisms have actually explained that reparations flow from human rights guarantees under international law. And of course, this would be very important for African states who, as many of my colleagues today have highlighted the sort of neo-colonial arrangements in the international tax system from the founding of the OECD, how these rules were set, who these rules benefit, and the extraction from the global south to the global north, which continues unabated to this day. And so the idea of reparations, which is rooted in human rights, is a very important tool for the Africa Group and African countries, and a reason why human rights could be useful. So now I will skip ahead a bit to assessing the zero draft of the terms of reference. So the zero draft of the terms of reference of the ad hoc committee were released about a week or two ago, and they gave civil society representatives and countries until the 21st of June, which was a few days ago, to give comments and submissions on the zero draft. And so I'll just briefly touch on some of the points that civil society and rights-aligned groups have made on the zero draft. So for instance, it's important that the zero draft mentions the issue of sustainable development, which is good. However, there are certain things that the zero draft does not do. So for example, it doesn't state that human rights are binding. It also doesn't state that the purpose of international tax cooperation is to ensure resourcing and realizing rights as an explicit objective, as opposed to a mere sort of ideal thing that should be done, but it's not regarded as something which is binding and normative. And it's important to note how much rights have had an uptake in discussions around the UNTC, because trade union and civil society submissions have had as many as 144 signatories. A very important principle, which is not always well known, is the idea of extraterritorial obligations. So the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and countries to devote what it says is the maximum available resources to ensure the progressive realization of economic, social, and cultural rights. And it also imposes an obligation on states to cooperate internationally. And so the idea of what we call the duty to cooperate internationally, or also extraterritorial obligations, actually means that when states have policies or practices that impact not only people in their country, but people in neighboring and other countries, they actually have an obligation to stop those practices. So this is important in the context of tax cooperation, because of course, a lot of the things that lead to leaks and spillages happen as a result of international phenomena. So things like transfer pricing, trade misinvoicing, illicit financial flows, and the poor taxation of high net worth individuals and multinational corporations as well. So if actually, thank you. Okay, can you hear me better now? Okay. So if we actually make principles related to human rights, especially the duty to cooperate internationally and extraterritorial obligation of international tax cooperation policies, this will actually create a normative framework of how we should think about the impact of these international tax abuse practices, especially on developing countries and countries in the global south. Another issue which is not dealt with comprehensively in the zero draft of the terms of reference is issues related to climate justice. So for example, it doesn't make specific reference to the importance of climate finance, which is an obligation agreed upon in the Paris Agreement that developed countries need to make technical capacity and resources available to developing countries in order to transition, in order to have just climate action. In addition, it doesn't make the statement that we need to make finance flows consistent with the pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development, nor the important principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. Lastly, as I've already alluded to, the principle of equality and non-discrimination is not at the heart of the UNTC process and hasn't been made as an explicit binding guiding principle. And especially in the context of gender equality, we could think about the relationship between taxation and gender, especially the disproportionate impact on regressive tax policies on women, the subsidy of unpaid care work to the economy and how this is not being addressed, and other related matters. And lastly, the right to participation is only being realized for states, but not also for disadvantaged groups. And there's an importance to have those who are most impacted by fiscal policies at the forefront of designing policies. So there was a discussion today earlier around, should a military attaché be there to represent a country? And I'm not going to get into that because many people have already commented on that. But we could also think, as the question talked about, the issue of class. So within Africa, we tend not to talk about class enough. And we could think about certain groups who are specifically disadvantaged, from indigenous people, women, members of the LGBTQ community, and the like. And so if you think about the principle of participation as including these sort of subaltern and disadvantaged groups as well coming to participate, then to date, the UNTC process does not do well in that regard. Okay, lastly, I'll just touch on why and how the OECD's inclusive framework and two-pillar solution is a perfect example of reform to the international tax cooperation process that is not rooted in human rights. So if we think about some of the important procedural norms which underpin a just taxation process, these include meaningful participation, the right to self-determination, democratic decision-making and agenda setting, transparency, and accountability. None of these components were present when the inclusive framework was being developed. For instance, several blocs, such as the G24 and South-aligned organizations like the South Center, made propositions and proposals on things like unitary taxation or a higher threshold for corporate taxation. And these were systematically sidelined at OECD negotiations. Also, the OECD so-called inclusive framework is not inclusive, because even though it includes more than 100 countries as signatories, it's not mentioned in most of the news that many of these so-called countries are not countries at all, but actually territories like the Cayman Islands and other entities, which are really just former colonial entities parading themselves as so-called countries, or they use a more seemingly benign term of jurisdiction. So that leads to countries like the UK and other former colonial powers having an outsized influence in the OECD process. And my colleagues have also mentioned other regards in which it was not democratic or inclusive. So I just want to end off on an important piece of work that the Center for Economic and Social Rights was involved in, along with other organizations like Tax Justice Network UK, Minority Rights Group International, ESCRnet, and some other organizations from Latin America as well. And this was basically a submission that we made to several UN human rights mechanisms, where we actually argued that the OECD's two-pillar solution actually reifies colonial legacies and is essentially a racist agreement. And what is very important is that several UN human rights mechanisms, including the expert on foreign debt and human rights, the special rapporteur on racism, the special rapporteur on food, the special rapporteur on health, actually largely agreed with us and wrote a strongly worded letter to the OECD, actually remarking upon the truly terrible impact of the two-pillar solution on human rights. These included, for example, the fact that it would widen inequality both within and between countries, that would undermine guarantees of racial and gender equality in a substantive sense, that it would undermine the right to development, especially of countries in the global south, and that it undermined other principles I've mentioned already, such as the duty to mobilize maximum available resources or extraterritorial obligations. And so I want to end with something which the special rapporteurs or UN mechanisms mention in their letter, which is a need for states to adopt, I quote, a feminist and human rights-based approach to poverty and inequality to enable the creation of progressive, redistributive global financial governance frameworks. And in a nutshell, they said that this UNTC process represents a once-in-a-life opportunity to fix the discriminatory and regressive international tax rules, and that they urged OECD member states in particular for effective, transparent, and participatory UNTC processes. So I'll end there, and this is a truncated version of my original 30-minute presentation. So forgive me if there were things which kind of jumped around.
Thank you very much, Ohini, for this very insightful presentation. It is important for OTE as an organization that works on the right-based economy with the right-based economy lens to connect the two worlds of economy and rights. Because after all, what is the economy if we are not emphasizing the financing of sustainable development goals, and if we are not pushing for endogenous development strategies? I leave the floor for Sabrine Marcit, our last intervenant for the day, which is a managing senior within the IBFD Africa and Middle East Knowledge Group. She is responsible for the technical publications and updates of the Middle East and North Africa region. Sabrine, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Neda. So, hi, everyone. I'm not going to take much of your time. I'm just going to give you facts that will conclude with what we've saw today. So first, I want to emphasize on the fact that practically the main challenges with regard to the OECD is the OECD processes are like almost very complicated and very challenging to locate. Its clear statements of its institutional decisions, and specifically the ones that govern the structures and the processes. So that's the first point that I wanted to emphasize before moving forward with the facts. And that's also why the whole discussion on having a UN international body taking on board international taxation issues brought by developing countries. It's mostly the lack of transparency and the lack of publications of all the public statements regarding the institutional processes within the OECD. So I'm gonna give you 4, maybe 3 practical impacts of the OECD measures within the continent that were like noticed in the last 5 years. So Lila, in her presentation, mentioned that the EU judiciary she listed a few countries, Denmark, Germany, but also the Netherlands, are using OECD wording in some case laws, and that's hampering developing countries' advocacies for a more a global landscape for international taxation. I just want to remind you that this has been a common connivance practice between the EU work and the OECD. Right after the publication of the BEPS package, some African countries were subject to the EU grey and blacklisting, pending the compliance with the 4 minimum standards put forward by the OECD. So we are in Tunisia, right? Tunisia was put in this grey list in 2017. To get out from this list, it was pressured from the EU to implement the minimum standards. So it led Tunisia to rush into the implementation of some minimum standards. And it led in 2019 with the implementation of a TP legislation that was published in 2019 and 2020, I think we had the decree for the implementation, the effective implementation. This has been done without any real grounding or consultation with the main stakeholders in Tunisia. It was only the fact that the EU pressured Tunisia to implement the OECD standards. Morocco too. Morocco was threatened to be listed into the grey list, and it was pressured in 2018 by the EU as regard to targeted by the EU, and it was requested to be removed, which they did a few years later. And from that, the Moroccan legislation had to implement, to move forward with the OECD implementation, and it implemented in 2019 an APA procedure, but Morocco refrained to move forward and consolidate its TP regulation until today. So until today, Morocco is still pending with the minimum standards implementation. As from 2016, Mauritius and Seychelles, so I know they are problematic countries, but these countries too were under scrutiny with the peer review processes. So these countries also had to comply with the OECD minimum standards. So that's the practical impact of the OECD in few countries. Then we heard that the OECD has this legitimacy problem, that it does not represent developing countries. So one of the solution that was put forward by a lot of academicians was to use regional bodies, regional cooperation to work onto a regional solution for developing countries. So what we saw recently is the ECOWAS, a West African regional economic organization that has worked along with the OECD to come up with a regional multilateral convention that includes, inter alia, the 2017 version of the OECD model preamble, most of the 4 minimum standards, and it encompasses all the LOBs and PPTs measures from the OECD. So this multilateral convention that is now effective since January 2021 is effective among the 15 countries of the ECOWAS. What we have to know is the ECOWAS only has 7 countries that are member of the IF. So with this Troy horse that the OECD used through the ECOWAS, they managed to get on board 8 countries that are not IF members to comply within their tax treaties, but still with all the minimum standards and the LOBs and PPTs measures. One other significant development, and this is still, I'm going to talk with West Africa, they are very famous, is that last year, the OECD and the ECOWAS, they signed an MOU, so they went a step further with their cooperation. And MOU is that last July 2023, so last year, the ECOWAS has published 3 directives. The 3 directives were on transfer pricing, beneficial ownership, and country-by-country reporting. The directives within the ECOWAS have to be implemented by the member countries. So the 15 countries, 7 countries IF, 8 non-IF. So they issued this directive last year. So I think the decree of implementation was issued few weeks later. So now these directives that are verbatim, the OECD guidance on each of these topics. So now 15 countries, 8 non-IF have to comply with the OECD guidances that are now disguised as ECOWAS directives. What I want to highlight here is that these ECOWAS directives have started an important precedent in international tax policy. The thing is, now the OECD cannot go to countries and pressure them to do things, so they are using regional bodies, which were initially thought to be a solution to the lack of legitimacy of the OECD. They are now using it to advance quickly and more quickly with their own agenda. And this whole decree proposals have not been criticized at all yet. I haven't read anything until today that was like clearly criticizing this process. In 4 years. And we've seen with this cooperation between ATAF and the OECD, an impulse throughout the continent of a development of the QDMTT countries that were like, oh, Pillar 2 is going to be hard to implement. There were very few countries that today have conducted an effective economic impact of the Pillar 2. I can only like list 3: Nigeria, Morocco, like not very comprehensive, and currently Kenya. Only 3 countries are assessing the economic impact of the Pillar 2. So they are like just checking costs and the benefits of implementing these rules. But with this cooperation with ATAF, we have seen a surge of QDMTT, QDMTT, sorry, qualified domestic minimum top-up taxation. So you have the Pillar 2 solution, you have the rules, and the QDMTT is a rule that was developed for developing countries, low-income countries, that is supposed to be simpler than the IIR, income inclusion rule. So through the ATAF, the OECD is, and it's very clear because when you attend the ATAF capacity building things, workshop and webinars on Pillar 2, you will see Lee Korek. Lee Korek is an OECD person. He's now working at the ATAF, advocating for a QDMTT, qualified minimum top-up taxation. So we have seen Zimbabwe, that is not an IF country, that has implemented an equivalent of the QDMT, a domestic minimum tax last year. And to date, we have Mauritius, South Africa, Kenya, that have proposed a draft legislation on this. Egypt is also working on that. And we know that as of today, a lot of countries will move forward with the QDMTT. This bearing in mind that no economic impact has been done for most of African countries. In South Africa, yes, of course, yeah, South Africa, I forgot it, but yeah, Mauritius, South Africa, Kenya, and Egypt is considering it, yes. Yes, so the last thing I wanted to highlight is the impact of the OECD work within the African continent has consisted of principally capacity building work. So it was done through like Tax Inspectors Without Border, the PCT, the Platform of Collaboration on Tax, but it was mainly capacity building, which has been largely criticized as it has implicitly kept African countries away from the tax policy strategy per se. So they've been helping them focusing on very complex rules, unfitted rules, rather focusing on what would fit their needs. Voilà.
Thank you very much, Sabrine. That was I mean, to end up on the pressures that countries, African countries are living today, to implement verbatim sometimes OECD rules makes it, I mean, very awakening for all of us, so that we think forward and fight also to make the UN tax framework as inclusive as possible, but also as fit for our interest as possible. I think you also answered the question that was posed this morning about the role of regional bodies and and also other mechanisms, trade treaties and other cooperation. So we always need to pay attention to what is going on and just not take it for granted that these mechanisms will be always beneficial. We need to always assess what is in our interest and what comes as under the banner of technical assistance or under the banner of assistance in general, and push us toward solutions that are not fit for us. Ohini also has talked about the right-based economy and specified the input of the submission that was done by CESR and partners on the draft zero. In the package you received of papers you received today, you will find copies of the resolution of November 2023, the copy also of the zero draft. You will find also a copy of the submission done by CESR working group on the UNTC has gathered, and a lot of work was of reflection was done on the zero draft to collect inputs on how the zero draft can be better. And on these terms, civil society is trying to put an effort and contribute to this UN mechanism to influence the negotiation round that is coming end of July. And by this, I'll try to give some answers to Honorary Chabalala about what we should do as African countries and African CSOs, and which will also be brought up tomorrow, hopefully by our colleague Ismail Zulu, as what civil society can do. We will open the floor for the last interaction with the two presentations that were done today. I will start by Sir Dereje, and we will do a small list of people to catch all people who want to interact. So please, may you raise your hand. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, great. So we take this round of 4 and then we'll see. Number 1.
Thank you. Just 2 observations. One is to the gray listing or whatever about the minimum standards. The interesting thing, some of the countries which never negotiated were supposed to implement it and being forced to implement it. The USA, which was part of the negotiation, has not implemented it, and nothing has happened. That is a very... The second point I want to raise is about this co-option of regional things to implement OECD guidelines or OECD things. There has been a lot of arms twisting, but when you come to the United Nations negotiations, none of these countries have said We have done it already with the OECD. We don't want to do it with the UN. The only countries repeating this duplicity are OECD countries. Countries like India, Pakistan, they are all voting against this narrative of duplication. So what I'm saying is, it is not preventing African countries from pursuing another solution within the UN. Africa group is standing together. They have not said they are, because it is always, if we go back to the streaming of the UN negotiations, duplication comes only from OECD countries. None of the non-OECD countries, non-G7 countries, even in the G20, are standing for this. So what I'm saying is, there has been a lot of arms twisting. Kenya, for example, was forced to withdraw its rejection to the Pillar 1 solution. But now the vanguard in the negotiations at the UN is one of them is Kenya.
I'm even going to go further with Kenya, is they are asking them to accept kind of Pillar 1 solution and to remove their DST. So they are also going a step forward against Kenya's sovereignty. They are asking them to remove a tax that they have decided to implement. So it's even going further.
Number two, please, may you raise your hand. Who's number two?
Thank you. My question is to you. I think as an African, I understand your critique to the UN Tax Convention would be, it doesn't explicitly state non-racialism and non-gender discrimination. I'm just thinking that dissenters will tell you, oh, it's the UN, those principles are already enshrined in the United Nations. So there will be that rebuff. But my other one is excitement for me to see you, talk about a feminist fiscal policy. And I'm just asking, how far do we want to stretch this as CSOs? Because it's absurd to me to see a single-headed household by a woman who, for instance, is a director in government, being taxed the same way as a household of two directors, where the male and the female are both working. She's paying the same tax with them, but the overheads are not the same because she's a single-headed household. And I think this is the nonsensical taxation system that we inherited from colonization. There's no equity in it. So how far do we want to stretch it? This thing that we call the feminist fiscal policy or the gender-based. But I'm excited by your presentation and the fact that we are male and young and African. Long live you. Just don't disappoint us. We don't long live people who are still alive. Just now you turn around and you sell us out before you die. But long live you.
Do you want to get more upset? Do you want to get more upset? There is in Morocco, I think that was repealed, but there was in Morocco an exemption on the male, on the, how to say it in English, I'm sorry, because it's in French. So le père de famille, the head of the household, which is defined as a masculine term, has an exemption. And when you don't have a head of a household in your household, you are not, like as a woman, you are not entitled to benefit from this exemption. And we have the same in Tunisia. Good. We can be more upset, so you have work to do.
This work? Thank you for your question and reflection. I hope I live for a long time. Yes, one thing I will say is that I think what human rights require is not to have either colorblind or gender blind policies. What we need are race-conscious policies. What we need are anti-racist policies. What we need are feminist policies. And so what that means is that we need to move away from the idea of formal equality towards substantive equality. So we need to move away from the idea of treating everyone the same, because ostensibly that is what equality is towards a more robust understanding of the principle of equality, which means that in certain circumstances, previously disadvantaged groups should get certain benefits because certain groups are privileged above others. And that's the kind of thinking that we're pushing for. So there's many ways in which women are structurally disadvantaged in the global economic system, and that, of course, has a specific impact on African women at the bottom of this entire hierarchical system. And so what we are saying is that a robust understanding of human rights includes a commitment towards that kind of feminist decolonial policy, as opposed to what people often think of human rights, which is a very surface level commitment to equality, as opposed to actually dismantling systems and hierarchies.
Thank you, Henry. Who's number two?
Well, thank you for the presentations, colleagues. I have two questions. Yeah. The first one is just on this human rights lens on the UN Tax Convention. I think from the start of the morning, we were just focusing on economics and politics of it, and bringing this human rights lens, it's really very interesting. But also poses the question of how, based on the issues that you have pointed out, that the convention is missing, it really brings this question of how far or how broad do we want it to go, like in terms of the scope. At a certain point, you talked about reparations. I think that was very interesting. But how do we integrate this issue of reparations into this tax governance architecture? I would put it this way, because for us as Africans, reparation is a big issue. Like, not even because of colonialism, but also the climate justice. We're having new approaches talking about transitional justice in climate justice. So how do we want it to look like? How broad are we going there? But also on human rights, it has per se, you said it doesn't state human rights explicitly, but even if it did, how should it look like to be enforceable? And yeah, I think those would be my two questions. The other one, the Reggie has addressed, which is this movement on OECD, but we have also the UN Tax Convention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have number 4 at the end of the room.
Yeah, good afternoon. Just joining others in thanking the two presenters for the job well done. I wanted to ask a question with regards to the first presentation, the rice-based economy presentation. But I wanted to take you back to the background that you shared. You talked a bit about the neoliberalism with regards to how it is affecting the dynamics around taxation and stuff. My question relates to the powers that be when it comes to the issues that we are talking about. We know there are others that have the resources. And when we are talking about human rights based economy, we know the social protection sectors are the ones that suffer, and that's where the issues of gender come in. But we know the powers that be also dictate in terms of what kind of reforms should be done. And that affects the kind of policies our governments put in place, some of which are detrimental to the protection of the rights that we are talking about. We haven't dealt with that bit of the powers that be with regards to the conditionalities that they set, but also what they want to see in the reforms that happen. On paper, they may sound right, but on the ground, the vulnerable gets the beat, and it's what affects them, even as our governments now start advocating in terms of taxation changes and so on. It doesn't address the issues that the common person faces. So what do we want to happen with regards to issues around the reforms, particularly those that are championed by the powers that be, because these also affect the kind of debt that most of our African countries are experiencing. We know most of the resources that are committed to debt servicing could have gone a long way to support the vulnerable, but this is not the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Nada, could we have one more last intervention?
Yes,
Okay,
there
thank
was a question here just in front of me.
Merci beaucoup. Je félicite les panélistes.
The second, to get a translation cask, please. I think there is one here. Oh, no. Is there? Okay, thank you. Can you confirm?
Okay, merci. C'est bon? It's good for you. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Je voulais juste féliciter les panélistes et par la suite peut-être poser une question au premier panéliste pour qu'il nous éclaircisse un tout petit peu en parlant de droits de l'homme et de politique discriminatoire. Parce que la discrimination et les droits humains, surtout les droits fondamentaux, c'est quelque chose qui est un peu contradictoire. Parce que les principes, les droits économiques et sociaux et les droits de la première génération, comme les droits civils et politiques, voudraient l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes. Et donc aujourd'hui, si on se retrouve, si on part de ce principe selon lequel il y a une égalité entre les hommes et les femmes, et que vous retournez pour parler d'une politique féministe discriminatoire, ça peut être un argument contraire pour les pourfendeurs de, par exemple, de tout ce qu'il y a comme politique féministe. Donc c'est pourquoi moi j'aimerais bien qu'on puisse trouver le lien exact et adéquat pour parler de cette politique féministe qui est ô combien importante pour nous, pour pouvoir rétablir les déséquilibres sociaux qui existent au niveau de nos différents États. Et je pense que c'est en ce moment même, au niveau de la convention cadre, des négociations qui se feront, qu'on pourra prendre en compte ces aspects qui pourront nous aider également à pouvoir réparer les injustices au niveau de nos États. Mais il faudrait qu'on trouve le juste milieu entre l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes, mais également la politique discriminatoire, surtout en lien avec les groupes les plus vulnérables. C'est ce que je voulais dire. Merci.
Okay, we will open the floor for the panelists to answer. Ohini, maybe I give you the floor. Or do you want to jump and interact?
I think the human rights advocacy that we are seeing now is also being developed. I think we can draw parallels in developed countries and mainly in Europe through the surge of the taxpayer rights. We've seen, like in the last 5 years, a lot of colloquium dealing with taxpayer rights. And for developing countries, tying it to human rights, I think can also be part of the solution.
Okay, so the first question had to do with Oh, the first question was how far should we push the agenda on human rights? And how do we bring in the question of reparations and how far should we go? What does this mean? So something I didn't get to discuss in my presentation due to time was that human rights also help us reassess what the priorities of fiscal policy should be. So if we're thinking about using human rights to remedy injustices, then it redirects what we should use revenue for. So for example, if we're thinking about wealth taxes, are we going to use those taxes and that additional revenue to fulfill things which would simply perhaps help businesses, assist corporations, supposedly bring in more foreign direct investment? Or do we want to use those resources and that money to remedy systemic problems, systemic injustices? And so a human rights approach would argue that remedying these historic injustices, which would include a reparations approach, would be better. And moreover, and importantly, it would give us a principled basis upon which to say that African countries and countries in the global south actually have a basis upon which to claim that that revenue should be used to remedy those injustices. And so it's not a mere political demand or nice to have, but something which is based on principles and ideas that the majority of the world's countries have agreed to. So we would really push it as far as it could go. And then to answer the next question, which you brought up, which was important about the IMF and loan conditionalities and issues of debt, and basically the important actors in the economic system which are able to determine these rules and often don't have regard to issues of human rights and human rights principles. What we at the Center for Economic and Social Rights, our theory of change is the idea that we need movements who are pushing for different agendas to work closer together, and that we need cross-movement solidarity. So groups who are working on the issue of debt, groups who are acting on the issue of climate, groups who are working on issues of tax, and Dr. Fadel mentioned investments and all sorts of issues. We need cross-movement solidarity. So we can't be operating in silos. The only way we can build system change is to move towards breaking down silos and having cross-movement synergies. And the last point, which I think answers some of the other questions, is the fact that we already have models which are different to the current neoliberal model. So in Latin America, they have the idea of buen vivir. We have discussions about degrowth, about social and solidarity economies, others trying to use the African concept of Ubuntu as a way of creating an economy, decolonized approaches to economics around decoupling and dependency theory. So there are alternatives to the dominant approach, but what we need is movements and CSOs, academia, to work together towards progressive demands which are against the sort of hegemonic, dominant neoliberal economic model. And what we argue is that rights are a way to find a sort of common language between these seemingly disparate alternative approaches to the dominant economic model.
Thank you, Ohini, for the answers. I think we are getting to the end of our day. I hope it wasn't too too intense, and we hope you have the time afterwards to digest, so we can come up refreshed tomorrow to continue the discussion. The discussion that will be opened up by my colleague Ismail Zulu, to which I give a few words before I close the day.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I think I have 30 minutes. No, I'm playing. So I reduced it to 45 minutes. Okay. So yeah, I know we've come to the end of the day, and I was to speak on how civil society organizations can engage in current processes in influencing international tax, especially for us as Africans. So my presentation is going to be focused on that, and I will share it tomorrow morning before we break out into the group sessions. Just speak about the UN processes, how far we have come, what is happening in the next couple of months and next year, and see how we as civil society organizations can feed into some of those processes. So I'll speak about those issues tomorrow in my presentation. But for now, I think just like everyone, we've received quite a wealth of information from the different panelists that I've shared today. And it's quite a lot to take in. And just to solidify everything, I'll bring in my presentation and then we'll break out into our regional groupings. So thank you very much. Really looking forward to tomorrow's sessions.
Thank you very much, Ismail. So to wrap it up, reforming global financial architecture, a seat on the table, human rights, domestic revenue mobilization, wealth tax, climate, a tax for climate solutions, cooperation on common visions, cross-movement solidarity, and also everything to push against the pressure that will be put on our countries for us to develop the framework that will fit for us. This is what we are going to discuss tomorrow. Please, we will receive you tomorrow at 9. Thank you very much for your attention and see you.